Others were trying to set their lap time, and not officially a beating, but, it was just there to make it a little trickier, and he was upset about that. I think maybe their nearest rivals in the championship, Aston Martin, were a little upset given the last Stroll is out in that second lap qualifying, and as he started his lap, they were seeing Williams cars on the track with the Amsterdam again past. Just into where it landed the ball, what is the back of the it's not playing. You need it actually. Brian, just 7 shots. Humes there, showing you just, how much heat you have to dissipate, but you want to get it so as it doesn't affect the under tray, the back of the car, or your over-air wing. It's all quiet for Oscar Piastri, and here's Nico Hulkenberg. The sprint race for me, it was a shame for many drivers. It was a crying shame for this man who has not scored a point since Silverstone, when he got his first podium in Formula 1 after many years of pride. And he absolutely dispersed some points after what was a brilliant qualifying that came to nothing for the sprint race. That's one thing. Now, let's do it again today, right? Yeah, it was that's not a Irish story. He needs to really drive it flat out in turn to let's call it apex. There's why hard to see, back more hard to see. He's having to slow down perhaps a little bit more in the early phases. There were similar on more than McLaren, for example, on this section. And if I understand the front sliding line 9, and you never see, it was kind of where to turn the wheel. You brake slightly into the hill there, turn the car, very ponderous it was, waiting for the front to went around that corner. How the right has like a thick banana this straight. If you have a little crest and it's super bumpy. Under braking, but you don't get it slowed down and turn to far left, or you back down. You're going to sweep across the road. And this is a key area then. Quite technical, very tricky, and it's easy to overdrive it. With wide turn in, so you can straighten the car up and use the 1,000 horsepower under your right foot. And when you get 1,500 horsepower, it wouldn't be enough down the back straight. This car hitting the ground, all fresh skid block on, ready for the race. And I feel around in there, shiny, wasn't it? See, they're using all the track through the exit, stay right for the shortest run to the line, and it's a 34.3 is the first inch. 1.3 seconds slower than the fastest time in Q1 last year set by Max Verstappen, ahead of his teammate Gabriel Bortoleto by 3/10 of a second. This is that I think when they widen the wide line to make it easier for the driver. And Carlos Sainz fails out of that lap and has decided that it isn't going to be enough. So to get a bit higher up, and as Bolat coming to the pits, as was Isaac Pajar now watching the monitors after his accident causing that red flag. Ollie Behrman puts his hat in the green that sees Salvers just a few 900ths of a second off over Nico Hulkenberg. If Max Verstappen can get going now on his first flying lap into this late afternoon qualifying session for the Grand Prix. Verstappen, the last constant to finish on the podium for a Grand Prix here in Austin back in 2021, where he won, of course, from first sector, 25 watt. They're on board with Nico Hulkenberg. It is about 4/10 per second slower than that through the first sector. As you said, Martin, Nico was having to back off a bit, but you won't see the ripple all over the track now. That's quite wide there at T11 for Max Verstappen, but sometimes you can carry even more speed on that power. Wide there then, but down his strong, Max something bad, and he's so on top of this car. He really is confident, but the gain, even in turn 12, front of the car, didn't really want to make beat bends. They're very good for this car. He said, you're a little bit suspect. That one just sprint race, not even jockeying and rebalancing field. But Lando Norris, who saw snapped at the pit lane on used tyres, he came in at the end of his outbound quick tyre change in the pit lane, and he's back down on the track on new tyres as Max Verstappen runs the final corner now for the Andretti Moore goes quickest. I tap the half from Fernando Alonso, George Russell in third, giving out to Nelly currently fourth ahead of Liam Lawson. Franco Colapinto slows to the 10 times both bar, and down in 10th place. Romano's out-qualified his teammate Dia Gasly for the last 3 Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc 9th place, 6.9 up for the second clear of Max Verstappen. Verstappen on used tyres, mind you. Oh, yes, where you go, Global Net Team, but any either wants it. Must be quite a tailwind in there because everybody had gone on all with this sort of had to wait to the front of the grid up through there. Now a little bit more speed. In what it can do. Down into floor, there's that down in slow. Staggering bit. The Formula One World Championship has already seen dramatic moments, but huge consequence. McLaren didn't score in his sprint, and Max Verstappen's dream of 5 World Championships in a row is gathering momentum. But this is the main event, the big prize, and on a very blustery day, as the prevailing wind changed in the quest for the driver's title. Let's find out. Good afternoon, and welcome to the US Grand Prix. This is the circuit, and it is magnificent. 3.4 miles in length, 20 turns, and at turn 1, that we have already seen from Bradley Speed dead. Over 6 more in 5 minutes time, and the C4, the C3, then the C1 tyre. The C1 tyre is a dual race tyre, so that easy played. In compounds, track the driver teams towards a two-stop. We'll get into the structure in a few moments. Welcome to Austin, Texas, with 13 miles outside of downtown, and we have a World Championship on the line. Let's go from back to front. The US Grand Prix starting grid. Isaac Hadjar finds himself in 20th position, having spun off in Q1 and his second ever UNX Avant Stroll. Next up, Alex Albon with the on-track limits. Big Boston would have been a top 10 instead. Getting for it, Esteban Ocon is having a troublesome week. It's a first visit to this circuit, the Gabriel Borfletto. We admit he's still got stuff to learn around this circuit. While the Pinto is next, then it's Pierre Gasly and Yuki Tsunoda with panoramic with traffic which included Pierre Gasly. Carlos Leclerc is green, he couldn't find it. Same applies to Liam Lawson and Hulkenberg. Mazepin made the top 10 shootout. And the Grand Prix, well, that he did in a sprint earlier in the weekend. Fernando Alonso is 10th. He said that was about right. Sammy Carlos Sainz said no better than P9 was possible in the car. A personal best. Second race in a row for Oliver Behrman, who has been outstanding. In the answer, he thought P5 was possible, but he went to Lewis Hamilton, championship leader, Oscar Piastri, down in P6. Next up, George Russell. Well, the front row was possible, so did Charles Leclerc. Both disappointing to miss out on. And at the front of the field, Lando Norris versus Max Verstappen into turn 1, as Verstappen tries to turn an outside bet into something absolutely extraordinary. At one point, he was 104 points back. No one in any point system of the history of the Formula One World Championship has ever overturned such a deficit. And look at the season points. For all the world, it looked like it was going to belong to Lando Norris, and then in Saudi, Oscar Piastri, and then the gap grew. How dominant McLaren were in the European leg of this season. Don't wait for that new line, because it's going to go from miles back into contention. In the commentary got timeout exchange, Julian Farmer alongside me, and then there were 3. And then there were 3. Max Verstappen on an absolute barge, climbing on the pressure to the 2 McLarens. What an action weekend has been already. The sprint drama has given him 8 more points on both Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. The McLaren leading the heat, Piastri started only 6th, Norris 2nd, but one a long way away to the 1-lap pace from Max Verstappen. Can he do anything about that at the start of this Grand Prix? What will the race pace be of the McLarens, because we haven't seen it yet this weekend? And they are aware of it, and they have pointed out that Red Bull, Mercedes, and Ferrari have been able to go more aggressive with the setup. They got the running in the 19-lap race. They have the data. McLaren worried about flank wear around this bumpy circuit, could not go as aggressive. And as a result, the drivers know they won't have what McLaren described as ultimate performance from that. Yeah, they're missing the optimum. But, as you say, they're tracked to go conservative, it's bumpy. It's a really difficult high-speed circuit this, so you've got to go cautious. And that's what they've done on that setup. They will hope, though, that in this heat hazard race, the entire life will bring them back in. They've always been good at looking after their tyres and been a strength of the car. And we'll see if that will play out over 56 laps of this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen on the medium tyre, Lando Norris on the medium tyre, Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, last year's Grand Prix winner around this circuit on the grippier soft tyre, and he will find himself 16 metres back from the pole sitter, but with a time that is possible, and he proved last year he can be off the front row and still lead by the time he gets to the end of lap 1. Yeah, I think you've got the stats. Only 2 of the last 7 starts here, the pole sitter has kept the lead out of turn 1. Both of those times was Max Verstappen in the sprint yesterday and in the sprint last year. Only 3 times since I raced him, 2016 as the pole sitter to get the lead. It's really difficult to do that. We saw it yesterday, drama. That the uphill turn 1 big doors is really wide. It's difficult to defend all the way to the white line. So that'll be right to chance on the inside. It does defend all the way to the right side. There's so much space on the outside. Ooh, the likes of Lando, well, possibly Charlotte Leclerc to come through. Fascinatingly, Leclerc starts on a soft tyre. Punching for Ferrari, really punchy, something different. Probably a two-stopper they're knocking themselves into. They will be quick off the line. That's the only way Ferrari will believe they can win the Grand Prix with Charles Leclerc. Lewis Hamilton going for the traditional streak starting on the median. In the World Championship, Oscar Piastri is 22 points ahead of Lando Norris and 55 ahead of Max Verstappen. Piastri, whose start dated courtyard, down in P6. He does indeed, and we're getting more and more of this chat about the difficulty of running in and dirty air. Now, this is not a new phenomenon from the one, which seems to be as they're coming to the end of the life cycle of the development of this particular Formula One. It's that clean air is even more of the priority. So I like what Leclerc's doing. He's kind of rolling the dice a little bit with going with a soft tyre, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. And Piastri, it's a real one, isn't it? Because you have to be aggressive to try and go forward. But if you don't aggressive, we saw what happened just at the second lure you in that inviting wide first corner. Leclerc led and won from fourth on the grid last year. He didn't put it open this start, and going on the soft tyre there, obviously thinking a little bit more of that, please. Max Verstappen knows now in third pole position into victory here. Only 3 times in sprint races, 1 time in a Grand Prix, and have another victory around here. 6 all the grids, 8 meters away. His usual sparring, but they know each other well. We also Lando Norris on the left-hand side. And it is Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, and these things. Championship leader, Oscar Piastri. You see Verstappen doesn't leave a millimeter. He's positioned his car right on the left of the box as close as he can get to Lando Norris as a steep enough intent and coming across the front of you. He's bursting the queue all the way through the weekend. Talking of intent, he had. Now what? You've got to get up very early in the morning to roll past the likes of George Russell and Lewis Hamilton. It will not be easy for Oscar Piastri. George Russell winner last time out, of course, in Singapore. It's his first ever top 4 start ahead in Austin. Charles Leclerc ahead of him, Lewis Hamilton at right behind. So the winner of the last 2 years of this race has come from below the top 3 on the grid. Championship lead for Oscar Piastri whittled down by 8 points yesterday. Lando Norris would really like to score points too, and the Mercedes integral car is just chaperoning the very last starter into place. Come on, Isaac, we're ready to go. Yeah, once again, I think the tail end, nearly a little bit of a hurry up in the driver's briefing to get the grid formed up earlier. But like one of those cows, his teammate Liam Lawson was early at the ranch the other day. Saying about that. If I don't like me, start by bad and I'm the Max Verstappen is alright. So, what? Don't show me the climb. I passed up to the what run on it. We just right there and I'll work it. What is planning? It's the everything. It's a wrong. So, Mercedes, I said, is also our pencil. We had a one down in the weather step, but yeah, it dropped down. She lost the wicket yesterday. And then soft to Maslow, beautifully for Leclerc. Quarterback trying to take the lead in turns 2 and 3. But we're going to Verstappen's got it covered, and that's bad news for Norris. But good news for Piastri, as you say. He's up for that all also. He's gone down behind Yuki Tsunoda, Robert Trump behind Gary Slowly. This section of the inside. George Russell not the best traction there. Getting out on turn 11 and now along the strength was the Gabriel Walter. That's a going wide. Alex Albon going wide off. Stroll right there with the flag was for Alex Albon, who was dropped to last on our driver tracker. George Russell still looking very punchy in the battle up against Oscar Piastri, who said yesterday he just was not comfortable in the car. From McLaren had got through the first lap, but they've lost the PD chance to win this Grand Prix. There is a Ferrari in between. It's a dream start for Max Verstappen. Now Oscar Piastri feeling the need to go to Mexico because George Russell, for most recent Jonathan winner in Singapore, is allowed to be the back-to-back. Yeah, that is telling, isn't it? Oscar with heavy fuel is struggling to get comfortable in this opening lap. And George, well, we went all in at good Max Verstappen yesterday in the sprint. I expect them to try something similar here. You know, this is the best job. Oscar's recalibrating for the high fuel. Hasn't done the race, found in the first lap along with a few others yesterday in the sprint. And that is just going to be an opportunity to stay close out for all return on them and well down to the inside there if he gets it. Will be critical for Russell, and he'll find DRS immediately. What's going on inside the top six? George Russell falling to the back of the top six. 7th place Antonelli in the same position. Bevan is in 8th. Sainz is in 9th place. So it's got the back there. It's a better couple of corners. Rock of the Acri. It's in the balance though. The lower reaches of the points. And that's Oliver Behrman trying to convert the 800 at his best ever start. It's a good points today. And he's got Carlos Sainz all over the back of it. We're watching trackside pictures. And on board momentarily on the left-hand side. Now that Williams is well, they near their sides to the inside. He allows this move. Let's see microphone. Oh, she's sitting it again. Yeah, he's got Carlos Sainz. That was sweet. Absolutely had his eye in terms of what the performance of the car. Into those speed downforce dropping off. And then Super Queen maneuver. What a popular driver since his podium in Baku a couple of rounds ago. He has been transformed from the doldrums onto the top 3, the fighting like the points debate, and a move that he will savor. We saw that in his Ferrari days. He was second in both Springs and Grand Prix like Lyrica. I love that pass. It's so difficult to defend that corner because it's defending right-handed and you hope that he's got to be drilled on the outside on the exit as well. So the nice one. Both Behrman unawares, even though the last big Behrman did was get shuffled down by Antonelli there as well in the sprint. I can tell you, Yuki Tsunoda has used that as well to climb up the right position. Tsunoda up all places now in the Grand Prix. But that's part of what these guys are looking at when they go to the grid. It's not just about systems checking, it's about right, we the car with all that fuel on board. Am I going to get it under routine? And I take advantage. And there was an early lap. Everything is bright, but we had a time out. He is struggling at this stage, and I'm right about the steer in the car was struggling to find confidence yesterday as Norris looked like he's taking up to Leclerc. He really is. Charles Leclerc going to the aggressive part of the racetrack. Well, I know Norris trying to get past the Ferrari on the soft tyres. He is using a little bit of a run to run against driver with Joe on board with Lando Norris second in the points battle at the moment, outscoring his rival for the title, but with the third place driver, scampering clear down the road. If he's going to be a contender to win this Grand Prix, this move has to come sooner rather than later. And so we're near the right part of the track, but we had to turn 13 there, Lando. We actually got cornering to do as he was applying the throttle, so couldn't look for the Sainz move down the inside and turn 15. We'll wait for DRS at the exit of the defense corner. All the while, Smith just pinching away. The other flag, but we saw was contact between Warneto, Albon in there. Albon at the back. It's all the one for you. And we go back to the battle from the front. Very good run. DRS flew up a lot around here. What back sharp for seconds. But implied by Fernando Garcia. Hamilton closing in on this battle. Second, third, or fourth in close proximity. Yeah, that's what's neutralizing George Russell. The fact that Oscar Piastri is getting DRS off the back of Hamilton. And we're just playing that passive DRS green for this big opportunity for Goddard to size up the player. And those tyres are going to be screaming already. I just saw one player to be running on the Ferrari. Larry supplies Ferrari that they can. They both up the line. It's giving him a headache now with Mohamed Norris, and then you can see Crompton running well on and leading in the Ferrari as well. So that's not a fair way to go if he wants to make anything work on this strategy. I think it's a reflection of why do the same thing. We've seen them very often go with the same strategy on both cars, and when it's clearly the optimum as the overspeed is calming, but if we're looking for the cutback. Now, let me make more use of this section. It is very windy at this point. As you can see, our team, Charlotte Leclerc, having to go into 12, and this time Norris is getting punchier, and he tried a signs like no punch. Charles Leclerc saw it cover. Then in line though, 313 again himself the option of forcing Leclerc to defend. And I'm really not looking to the inside at 30. Leclerc down mid of the road and it went in opportunity there for Lando to slide up the inside. Struck in the face. It's like down one reset, it's near and every here it's hurting Norris, not only the gap, but the tyres as well. I'm going to give that referencing was 2.5. It is now 3.2 if we come across the line and start another lap. And Lando Norris find a way past the Scarlet Ferrari, the winner here, the lap here. Charles Leclerc, he got past him, and he's waiting. He's very, very comfortable into turn 12, but he's got to go through the plane now following through the streamers, and they are magnificent to watch. That we can obviously do where it feels that he's got it, but it almost like he's a bit hesitant. It looks like he's been at any other D, he might have got a dive already at turn 1, but big picture, can't afford not to finish this race. You never want to never finish a race, but don't you agree? It feels like it's just driving mid-second and waiting for an easy move, isn't it? Now enforcing a difficult one at this stage. He might get to the easier pass because he knows that he will turn and ever get getting worse and worse. Norris got a tight to exit. This could be decent for him down to turn 12. Gonna gain a lot of time, but it's still gonna have to be a late braking move. DRS open. The man second in the points of the moment. Max Verstappen. Then Lando Norris. You can see the thought process in motion there. Ball out on the line. Thought about it. Touch back into the slipstream. He's still P3. Back to the wide behind. There's Timo as well, so he's lost a bit of ground compared to Norris. The player driving a defensive race supply, but he's upsetting up on the brakes that is deterring Lando from sending one down the inside. He knows that if Leclerc's near the limit, there's not much more that he can do from 2 pilots back. It's also a 2-1. And super breaking it from 12, which with stability. So they need to play up the same confidence and that different compared to the rest of the weekend. That is the wind direction that is only a diver out there today. That is a difference as well. But they have just started on the last night by a couple of tenths, but still there, still pressurizing it. But when he doesn't have to watch his mirrors defend the inside at 12, I'm going to bit into the road at 13. He's got another bit of things that there's no soft tyres. Fast time around, back on 140.3, 140.0 for Charles Leclerc. But things, it's normal, of course, for the full of fuel to be several seconds slower than qualifying, but look at the fine, actually, so this is quite punching new. Ace is punching, find the feed. Edwin that they've got in the first sectors, going to give them a little bit more time as well. Drivers can attack far more there. You then take that lane in the second part of the circuit, rotating around the tower. That includes turn 12. Lando Norris had the best chance into. Charles very happily late on the brakes. Now the player actually has been stabilizing his performance on the soft, so they're not actually going away. It's just that he's been driving in his mirror so much, and now he can just focus on the gap ahead to Verstappen. But Morris player for the DRS break, so he's doing a great job, Charles Leclerc. Back to the start of the Grand Prix, and we've had a key move made by third place Charles Leclerc. Now, you see there some juggling of the rear axle coming off with the rubber lines for Verstappen, but Charles Leclerc sends it around the outside line, exploits the performance of those tyres on the axle down the hill. Russell was very cautious from Paul, but McRae did great having let it go. Obviously aware of Nico Hulkenberg causing that incident, or being part of that incident. Oh, no, the Mercedes. There we are into an alley on the left-hand side of your picture. Has gone off, and he's dropping out of the points to the back of the field, and he's kept it going. The Kimi Antonelli has had an incident there. The driver who found himself in 8th position, and was he in a contest with Yuki Tsunoda? Sainz. I think it's Sainz who's also dropping down the field. Tsunoda's come up and is up into 7th place. Sainz had already been racing at Berlin. We'll put this up with you. We're watching the start replay. Look how close Russell was there. Having this contact. We go back to Carlos Sainz. Let the out of the race on lap 7, and it had been a brilliant weekend for him. He was trying to make it even better. The driver who started in 3rd position tried to get past Kimi Antonelli. He got past Oliver Behrman at the same corner where we saw Antonelli off the road. Yeah, so one step too far, they need the Carlos Sainz. Antonelli continues. But he's right at the back of the field now as well. Virtual safety car. Where you see damage to front brake entry and a puncture on that tyre. So, there's it to the left side of Antonelli's car where the contact's been made. Yes, the right of Sainz has tried to slip down the inside of Antonelli, isn't it? And it had the contact. We'll wait for a replay of that one. Yeah, Russell was really punched on the inside. A loud start. Piastri at the grid. So Sainz looking for another special to the inside. Antonelli not seeing it coming. And Antonelli spat off into the barriers. Carlos Sainz in contact that ends the brilliant run in Formula 1 racing recently. He retires from the race. Bow out. Yeah, probably saw that when it. But he did. He was telegraphed, didn't he? Let's have a look on board with Sainz then. And the rest that he's already achieved. Then a bit of turning to do, so he uses ground there. Never down the inside. It's halfway along. Sorry, guys, they're up with just. They're out there. Yeah, it's one of those that started out as a good idea, and then there just wasn't quite enough overspeed to make sure he took his car alongside, and his case that Antonelli's saw him in his motor as they were through the kink and left, and then he pretty stopped this on the apex. If no the car was there, clearly he did. He would open the steering at the point having a contact to prove a point. There's Sainz coming in from a little bit further back, I think, on that one than he did on Ben, and locked up at the end because he obviously realised the space was being closed by Antonelli. It was far enough down the inside of the point. Then he started turning in. I'm not sure of that. But the other Williams, the sole remaining one, Alex Albon, he is coming in, and he's making use of the cheaper pit stop you can make under the virtual safety car. Time saved is about 7 seconds. He makes use of that, while he's still trying to recover. At good pace yesterday, 4 points in the sprint, but went beyond track limits. This was at the start of the race, when he made contact with Gabriel Bortoleto. Continued a bit of a tough run. Contact in the last couple of races, but before he was at the back of the field after joining the sprint. Not gone well for Williams in the Grand Prix. Yeah, so viewing the old 70-gun contact there was enough to spin him around. It makes complete sense given they're in a position to take advantage. This virtual safety car. No one else has taken that choice. It's a probably not Garlic yet. His top tires now will go further into the race. They've always been a struggle on the full tank of fuel in the hot temp engine was gone. That's just having a chance to give a breather. So remember to do that big cool down when you see qualifying and they go both full burst to dance. Remember to recharge the batteries and pull these tires on a scorching hot day. Marshall's clearing the debris from the racetrack. Virtual safety car allowing that to be possible to the main straight. So lots has gone on. In the opening 8 laps on this Grand Prix, and we are at the point where the virtual safety car can be withdrawn. You have to react. It can be withdrawn at any part of the racetrack. It's ending now. That player's got an advantage over Norris, as Hamilton very close behind, and any minute now in the electric green flag flies at the second of the Americas once again. And we are racing. Is anyone able to get the reactions? The gaps pretty static. Sometimes they can enlarge under the virtual safety car, but it's 2.8 seconds between Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. Did Norris drop far behind it, Batman? Played 1.9 seconds back. It's a lot larger Sunday up AFC. Bottom still twice behind him, but Norris dropped. I think he got a load of time before the PSC, but he's now a fair chunk away from the plan. Yeah, we can see that, certainly just before the PSC, but he'll be in a predicament what would wanted behind the safety car, and it would have been a late call, and he was still adjusting dial ready for restart, but that would be surprising if it was a miss. So he restarted back. That was a full safety car rather than a virtual safety car. Get them to find good stuff. You need to get close to your delta time, and you can see in the when it down. This could be now on board. There is nothing lifting, ghosting towards going well, but still right in behind now. It's either PRS on the car ahead, and now the player's got a little bit of a breather. Worse to try and fire up these Grand Prix, but been undone at the moment by the fire choice of Ferrari. Lewis Hamilton, a lot more confidence, and very slow on the apex around the slower corners in the final sector. Carlos Sainz, after the heroics of a third place finish yesterday in the sprint and a wonderful reception from the crowd, and he was being interviewed afterwards, suddenly finds himself out of the race, chasing what would have been a really good result if he was able to get past the Mercedes into 7th place. As it is, that place is now on the drivetrain Yuki Tsunoda, who is repeatedly strict from yesterday. Got 11th place gain, and now up 6 positions in this Grand Prix. It's going everybody else fails, isn't he? Tsunoda at the moment. Well, I don't think it was an average at the 10th site, but it has been pretty hard, but trying to overtake in a combination of 40 to 15. He trudges back. Somebody, you're a hero overtaking the next. You don't. I get it. Advice when the driver doesn't see you, can't give you the space, and it's all over. Yeah, I think it's one of those things there with a bit of a hindsight. Either you would take the attack or incidentally would react to the steering, because there is no point in having that coming up together with regard to group of point. So at the Robert, the local field, the way. Oscar Piastri on the radio, speaking to his race engineer Tom Stannard, reporting the state of his front tyres. He had a lot of undisplay yesterday. He's driving around, just needs solid mark, no moved to the rear in qualifying, and after the car was set up for Oscar, he's been not really comfortable. But when you grab understeer, particularly these fast on the third up, they sort of loaded press on the front tyres. And that is obviously where Oscar's feeling it, particularly the fact that there's a fist considerable high-hander that they're heading to now. That's the notice stress through that front left, and you start to feel that which only telling the wheel he's not rotating as much as the grip going. People were starting to sort of space out a little bit, but it's, the track were a bit more bunched together before the safety car. So it seems now we've got several laps into this Grand Prix. They were starting to notice the performance profile of their tyres. Lando Norris being told on the radio of what McLaren have ascertained so far from the data is the first long run laps they've been able to run across the course of the weekend that they've taken out yesterday about midnight in that sprint race. But it looks like plan B. That was the message being told. The driver might be third in the Grand Prix. On over Lance Stroll, got to the left of your picture, and much like trying to overtake at turn one yesterday, he's trying to get past Brecca Pinter in the battle for 40. I'd played grip penalty then started from the pack. There's also enjoying a bit of chaos from others to creep up the order. Russell very close to the DRS range of Piastri. They're going to be in the top of shot. You can see Husband dropping back, struggling to turn the car. And there is George Russell, who will have an opportunity to repass, having lost those places at the start. In my active book plan B, it's a sort of ELO strategy. You very imagine the plan A would be your greasiest way that you believe through going to that Grand Prix. So what's the size of that medium to solve? Maybe plan B was medium to hard, which would be the safest way to be extended the Grand Prix. Piastri chasing it when the way through. Driving Mills not ever be on the podium around here. This is East. It's in the circuit of the Americas. Race leader Max Verstappen finishes like this. He would find himself 40 points away from the championship lead, having a 1 point to the 104. The player did a great job holding pace. You don't take Verstappen got a little bit more on that 3/10 of that. Start at the soft side there anyway. I'm surprised how well they've lost it up until the fight to the VSC, but the pressure as well from Norris early on. Next time got a little bit harder. Norris started to make small inroads with Leclerc. Had a mistake in the final sector. He did as well as the time went away for him. But so far, hanging on a weekend at Ferrari with not great through the sprint part of it, but turned it around. But where they rules open, they changes to the car. Bounce of performance, and now they're looking very solid out in the front flag. Charles Leclerc would have a big surprise to be able to put it in the top three. Stand in off the car. In a painful season for them, no wins. Charlotte Leclerc is the highest driver in the championship without a victory. Only realistic chance of changing that is Budapest earlier this season. It is on fall. Ferrari's only pole position on the seat. Norris is now inching towards the DRS rate of the flat. This will take one. This is take two. And Lance Stroll gets past Brecca Pinto. Right on the exit of the soft tyre, Aston Martin gets back. Then learned from his mistake of yesterday, and those 15 tasks on this occasion for Lance Stroll. 1 second declared to Norris. Oh, that went dropping 15 out for Verstappen. I think this is just off tyre down the way as much as it is. Norris finding pace. Leclerc dropping into the culture of Norris, back up and showing the Ferrari is good on an equal footing of that medium pass thing now with Lando's pace dropping off the Piastri still out of his mirrors. And Piastri still continuing to fight McLaren just down into the 20th and final corner of the racetrack in the back of the picture. At the front, Verstappen leads by 4 seconds now. Norris has been close, forced and sit down a couple of laps early on. From Charles Leclerc. Norris to try and exhibit a pace in the last couple of laps of the race leader, but last time around, Verstappen to the 1:39.4, Norris to 1:39.7, and Piastri 9:10 slower than Norris in clean air on relative terms. So here's an award over pain. We'll have them highlight front left is going away. Well, I think this left, but yeah, this wrapping on weekend. It's flip-flop, but it's going to take blow off the ground. Well, yes, now what wrong on that one? It's about that 1 point. There's 3 points for Vicious here in his first 3 races. 14th last year with the watch Esteban Ocon His struggles down to 16th on the hard time, but he's closing in on Colapinto. That time around, I know Norris, or lining being the RS range of Leclerc. He's been told by his career is wanting not feel. I know this was in the 80s, where he's out to George Russell on the radio, praying for who's in battle positions in the opening lap. After he has to be careful and not turn into a 38 like that. Then watch it. It won't be the case. He's not transitioning to Russell. Every point counts at this stage. Also to Verstappen and Norris. Of course, been big inroad and 3 points more for Lando getting ahead of the Charlotte Leclerc in what is a long way to go in this Grand Prix. Would be another big boost. Going to make it stick. He's right off the road of the final corner, so that's going to be one track unit strike for him as well. There's a long way to go without getting a few times to do. Right to the 4 cars. And that's pretty cool. All right, we have the power of a simple winner. But I was going to say, I think he didn't see much in there. As they did see Lando Norris build the white lights. Unless he was using the big screens around the racetrack, that's probably more logical, actually. The Jordan will have to say it didn't see him until it really suits them to see them, didn't it? That's a very good point. Okay, within DRS getting the benefit of 5 seconds a lap around here. Multiple zones, and you can see Lando Norris is right. We're going to sprint the goal green to set. He'd have the final corner. That'll be at one of his very laughable struts towards the extremities and beyond the extremities of the track. But as you can see, he's closed up now and is within a second of Charles Leclerc. So he'll get that DRS down the back straight once again, if he can keep within that second. And through this section here, the wind going straight out the drivers, as you can see from the rather impressive flag fluttering in the breeze. Out in front, Max Verstappen, 4 seconds clear. We'll mention him for a while. He's just having a very comfortable Sunday afternoon. It's right in the 12 hours. I think that was spotted, so very sharp. But every lap from pole in yesterday's sprint, Max Verstappen, and took the fastest lap as well. At the moment, he's got, so make up the fastest lap, give me Antonelli's got that. And if he takes the Grand Slam of this, no one's ever done it. For both the sprint and the goal will be the same weekend. The Ferrari near is more quite now than it goes. Charles handing tails out of school there, and I don't know. And the reason he's doing that, if he can see the fire car, those go nothing at him. Ooh. I'm on boards now with Lando Norris. Put that tyre, minus that, look, that's the one that Austin Piastri is complaining about. Yeah, Norris, 2 living there. Judging by how much having to lift off in 70, they're not a whole lot of mechanical grip. They're really starting to wring the neck of that. But he knows if he's going to have any chance of catching and passing and working, put under pressure, he needs to clear this soft-tired Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. So the gap is under half a second as they head out of turn 1. I dare say it needs to stay exactly there by the time they get to turn 11. So maybe it's not easy to do it here, but you can see the rear tyres of the Ferrari are marking up a little bit as well. Well, that's the traction zones, and it'll be about traction in that turn 11 hairpin, and then the DRS down the straight, and Norris gets a super exit and release above turn 9. This is looking good for him, but he's got to be so calm, so precise down here. And you can see the rubber flicking off the Ferrari, the big traction from both of them there. Norris got a chance now when he gets to the end of this straight. He's got about half a second. And well, we'll see that gap come down as Lando Norris gets ever closer to the Ferrari. Here he comes, Leclerc pushing him towards the outside. Tries to switch back, Lando Norris. Perhaps really nice on the exit. He's alongside the Ferrari. He's trying to cut down the house around the outside. And always switch lower. Then, don't want to get towards the left side outside 15. It's a red bit. Well, Norris is going to try to switch back again. This time the Ferrari gets a better exit. 12 seconds at second. Yeah, both driving beautifully there. No contact. Leclerc making that Ferrari as wide as he possibly can, placing it in the middle of the racetrack, doing fair defensive driving. You did leave the cars were on the outside each time. So he did that half a second. Maybe it needs to be just 4 tenths behind coming out of turn 11. Yeah, it once again, you have to say the DRS needs to be opened a bit earlier. It would be off the effect of their difference of it, haven't we? In the last step. Well, this season really. Although it is worth saying, McLaren say this themselves, our DRS advantage is not as significant as other teams. We don't get as much power through the DRS just simply because of the way our wings are. Very shadow, very quickly to you. Yeah, but we just need to keep an eye strategically. We're obviously keeping an eye out because now the gap between the London Ultima, the 4 seconds, 119 behind Leclerc. Still, just something to keep an eye out. It's not lost here, but ready at the half. But once again, fighting with Leclerc, Norris and bringing Lewis Hamilton back into the picture. Norris now has 2 track limit warnings already. Once the rumble of the goal anywhere near piston. I don't notice he dropped back a bit on this lap, as I dare say, because he's had to recharge and re-energize his batteries that he might have used up a bit more on the previous lap to get a bit closer. What it'll pivot, it gets taken away again in terms of an advantage on board. You can't just keep using full battery power lap after lap after lap. While we were watching Norris to the player, Portoletto pitted, by the way, which is significant in the fact that he started on the soft upbound tyre. Stroll and Leclerc, also on the soft tyre, still running, but Portoletto, his tyres were screaming it up. But we're on board now with the Mercedes of George Russell. The car in front of him is Oscar Piastri. And Russell has got very, very close to Piastri now. And in this lap in particular, just looking here, he's been making some strides and getting a bit closer. So Piastri's got to watch out there, I do think. And accidentally getting close on Isaac Hadjar down that battle with 16. Verstappen with that side, a kind of 7-second lead. He can afford to wait another lap. They don't have to leave first and pit in. Wait and see what the opposition does with that. But rather than McLaren, if Ferrari paints first, I don't think they've got a fucking loaded spare grip to just charge off down the road and do some trying to get ahead of them in the strategy. I don't think we've got enough grip to do that. So this will be a cat and mouse between McLaren and Ferrari. For how many decades that Formula 1 commentators have been saying that. Why? The big cheese, though, and that cat and mouse game today is Max Verstappen. This is playing out. So lifting delightfully for him. Here comes Lando Norris again. I think this time looking a little bit down the inside. Leclerc has gone to the wide right-hand side. Lando needs, I think, a little dive down the inside here. That might be the only way he's going to get past. Chance at 14. I remember Charles had to check yesterday against his teammate, which was quite gruesome against Lewis Hamilton. Having sort of almost on the grass, he found he go down on the sort of uncharted territory on the back straight. But Kvyat Sabelli putting pressure on Isaac Hadjar within DRS range, and now we're seeing Lando Norris in DRS range still putting pressure on Charles Leclerc. There goes Sabelli to the inside of the racing boss. Stays within track limits, and that should get the job done. And Sabelli trying to make his way back up after a contact would be a Carlos Sainz that has seen Sainz retire from this race, and Sabelli spun around and sent to the back. And once again, they pulled away from Lewis Hamilton when they're not squabbling. And very desperately needs to get this done for his championship points today. And with the pace of 4 meters of grip and confidence around the outside of turn 1, put Leclerc into play here. And it's really helped Max Verstappen up beautifully up front. He must be close to there looking up his tyres so nicely. Really needs and he wants, I'm sure, to get that second place. The plus side for Norris is he's still 2 places. And then coming down all the time, the Ferrari goes to the inside, it will be outside line for Lando Norris. And he breaks it up to go around the outside no, but he forces the Ferrari team. Now that he got to the inside, you can see the thought process there. He wants to the inside line, he doesn't get it, and he's shuffled wide by Leclerc, and the battle continues. Rather, I like it, but it was on for the end of the kids, the Charles McCure to open the steering and run him out of road. trying something different. But in the end, it's the same outcome. He can't get to the inside line, and he can't do a darker on the entry. Leeds is not able to break the 8 up, and while it's then reset DC. It's been on Rex and what the double thing to the only no really make sharp and big on the inside line there, so we never get the end as well. Yeah, well, the closer again as well as they go across that finish. I'd love to see how they're deploying an electrical energy. Getting closer now. There. I've got to lap 20, and it's impressive that he's got to lap 20 because the optimum strategy did have a bit of a say for in there as well, but the optimum strategy is to get rid of these soft tyres at the latest by lap 18. This is a tyre advantage for Mint. One big bit for what needs like in the real one style run, that'll be a hard tyre versus a hard tyre. So this advantage that he's got in pace might not be there for the second stint. And we're heading towards that second stint, but not far away from half distance in the Grand Prix. So Norris is kind of running out of laps to even do something second right there. The lead is disappearing. Verstappen's not in shot if we left up that long straight. Hamilton again just not able to sort of reach into that white rise just beyond DRS on this particular lap. So this is Hamilton playing a longer game, or is that just it? Once again, McLaren and Lando Norris able to get close, but not close enough to dive to the inside. That's what he's looking for. That's the type of move that he's hoping for. He's going to go very risky if you're going to try and finish the inside of 15. Oh, no, attention. Leclerc's got a great feel for the brakes as well. When he's not defending there, it looked like Lando, I've seen it one a lot later on the brakes as they bunched up towards turn 12, but when he's defending when he's on the inside, in theory, the next group he's able to measure that braking power, didn't reduce pressure, not have a front locked up, and still get its number in apex really well. It reminds me of some of the big moves he's put on in the past. Remember the famous one, final corner on Sergio Perez, the company is in. Dented for Loyal's back, he's got it perfect. He's got that ability. The final lap of the Grand Prix that Perez could have won, that Leclerc could have won, and Norris on lap 21. He registered for his third track limit warning with a black and white flag, flag with building flag, anymore. It will be a 5-second penalty. And we saw him sort of be fourth wide of the track on the last time he tried to attack a player at turn 13, so that'll be one strike. Leclerc saw him in the mirrors, but one of the other ones, he's really close into 11. This is, he's had to back down a bit, he's too close. Yeah, this is much better. He used to get a career drive, and it looks to me that this will be game on, but he has to keep it within the white lines on the exit of 12. Tomorrow in the race for sure. Lando Norris again on the outside line. This time he's fast to set the position. Lando Norris gets it stopped, and he's in second place. Developing next to the rings of the 1980 Command. There he was doing his handbrake turn at the edge just to make sure he kept it on the track. He wouldn't be warned about track. That looked like we just got to see a flash of Scarlett to the inside there, but he keeps the place. Rochelle move, he's made it, but it's wrong for you. But that is train sailing down, just got on third strike back to the turn 13, which is good for Scarlett for red, black and white flags, 3 careful. I don't. But be aware, and he was aware when he got wide. Second position, 10 seconds away from the lead. But Lando Norris, he's got wide, he's made it through. And it's Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, and Hamilton. The championship leader is in 5th position right now. Yeah, Leclerc doing enough to get that DRS, which will help bring a little bit of performance, of course. So can do enough in this sector to stay within DRS. For when they get themselves down into, but more importantly, on the exit of turn 11, what could he play into that? He's still there in this first sector, but so is Hamilton, and I wonder if now Ferrari should try and have a bit of team order so that Hamilton is on the better tyre now, stay with Lando Norris and keep him on it. If he passively can, every time on board with Perez. Still looking for a podium for Ferrari, definitely a good drive so far. Leclerc will surely fit soon. Now he's been fast and he's on that start. Yeah, but it's fair, I could agree with you. I think Ferrari right now, this is about the overall picture. Hamilton's quicker. They have DRS right now. I don't think Charles is going to overly defend it. Charles Leclerc on the inside, pushing 2 moves at the same time. Albon made a bold run on the left-hand side of your picture. The 2 Ferraris are strapping on different tyres. Expiry socks. Well, I would Leclerc. I was wrong. What's about But we not being between them as they know the way through Hamilton and not going for the pinch on the inside. I do make better use of the traction now. He can't get by. And they do fight each other against it. Well, I think Hamilton will be doing frustrated. We seem to look at a big picture stuff. You know, what can we do for the team here? Well, I explain to Leclerc's heading in. Sensible choice for Ferrari, though. Fighting each other because they're on for a podium with one of the cars at least still. They don't drop back towards Piastri and Russell, who is still circulating okay. So Leclerc finally gets rid of the shots. But Hamilton 1.4 seconds slower than Norris, so Renault has been released. But there's no question that cost him that total amount of lap time. 2.3 seconds for Charles Leclerc making his stop. He comes out on medium. So punchy again for Ferrari. They're obviously happy with the tyre life. He's been a job to have a field, but switching on to medium is ahead of Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso currently running in 10th position, and then Liam Lawson, and then Lance Stroll, another driver who's made use of the soft tyres. He's passed a couple of cars, whereas recently Nick Gasly on his way up to 12th position with soft tyre. Mayo longer at the Lance Stroll just out of the points, and in the major places for down the flat, it was passed just before the end of the fact that the medium won't hang on. Got 33 left to do, and the thought is they won't be 128. I reckon they might. Yes, that it will. They always do. Mark my words. But it's so independent how bad idea it is. We'll play it up with it goes wrong for these things. Yeah, well, look, I'm enjoying the fact that they're pushing it. Often they're struggling in those tires. You see how deeply you're rolling through the corner. But it's good to see that Ferrari are on the. Sometimes they can seem reluctant to take a risk on the strategy. Out front, Verstappen leads by 10.8 seconds, last time around 39.5. Okay, a live comparison from Lando Norris over 9 in a minute. Not a place recovered for Kimi Antonelli as he gets up to 14th position. He was spun off the road by Carlos Sainz earlier on. That's P14. For Antonelli was a 39.3 for Lando Norris in comparison to Max Verstappen 39, but I hope he does the same pace. I'm surprised Ferrari didn't get the flare in leading after he was passed by Norris. That no, down, isn't it? To kind of undercut Lando back again to second place. And it's staying had an extra lap. They stuck with both of their drivers. 1.5 second in that big fight. And Leclerc's got a little bit of work to do back in Norris's undercut range. Yeah, we do to know. Yeah, we do to know whether the Ferrari team actually didn't have it on the drives. You know, quite often you're not entirely sure. You would say you want to couple that, or if you hang in there with these tires. So maybe fuels. There's a bit more still to come. Hamilton, the 19th Grand Prix, trying to avoid the dreaded stat. Ferrari with the most appearances without a podium finish. I'm going all the way back to Didier Ferrari. He scored his first Ferrari podium finish in his 19th Grand Prix back in 1982. Well, it's not a nice stat, but you very see all the other stats are off the scale. And yes, it's not bad. It's a fair point there. Now, but was invested. He matched Norris last time around. So maybe that is telling us he still thinks he's got some more performance in this tyre. He can keep Norris on it as well. But they're still in the fight in second place with that it's done. DC is assured us that he's going to go to the end of the race. He went all in, I believe it. So he could be back, and then he's going to be there, but I think got to be back in Lando. So that let's put him on track, back wasn't on track. But having made the pit stop and cutting it all the while. If he get back to it, start focusing on a long shot now with an 11-second gap, but it's a complicated one for the McLaren. Fernando Alonso, the last point scorer is at the moment. He's starting with the balance of his car across the weekend. Was disappointed not to make it through unscathed at the sprint. Fairly had a good start, and the inside line. Fired up that contact. Hulkenberg and the two McLarens that got so defining in the ECA World Championship. At the heaven was passed by Sainz, but he was able to get that quite off the contact for Sainz. Antonelli. Tsunoda is now at 7 places in the Grand Prix after that stop for Charles Leclerc. George Russell lost a couple of positions off the start line. Oscar Piastri doesn't seem to have the confidence in the car balance and is only 2.1 seconds ahead of the Mercedes man. Hamilton having a really good Grand Prix. Maybe one of the very best Grand Prix that we've seen for him since he joined Ferrari. He's 4.5 seconds away from the Lando Norris. Not really making the pass on Charles Leclerc to 3 second. Max Verstappen is ticking off the laps out front. but he has a crucial pit stop to come his way in the not-too-distant future. Yeah, Hamilton's just been getting better and better over the last few races. His altered media saying that he feels that operationally Ferrari are improving, and maybe it was just taking so much emotional energy for him to get and to learn he was used to at Mercedes. But whatever it is, this is a lot more Hamilton-esque. If we lead, Max Verstappen is in your picture, the race leader, 28 years of age, chasing win number 68 today, and usually on the grid line for the World Championship. Questions about how it all ran in Singapore. Verstappen, an almighty record of taking a pole position here, whether it be in the Grand Prix, whether it be in the sprint, 3 in the sprint, 1 in the Grand Prix. There's a got a win here, 6th position as well. He would be on 306 points as it stands at the end of this. Absolutely 5 Grand Prix to go. That would be a 3-way fight for the Drivers' Championship of the World. And next week, we go to Mexico City and then on to Sao Paulo when he won from 17th on the grid 1 year ago to Vegas. You'd expect to be struggled with Barrett looking at that one slightly trepidatious, and then the week that decides the title, the car and Abu Dhabi and finish it off. 24 race epic. Needed to drive with Verstappen by the end of it. Norris, Verstappen first, Verstappen are the second driver in a sprint. 5 in a row. After magnitude. Hamilton dropping away from Norris, the apparently spread guys sizing up a move here on Nico Hulkenberg. He doesn't admit, and sliding having inside, leaping without losing any time really there for Leclerc, which is important. Hulkenberg tracing his first points since he stood on the podium at Soot. Yeah, that's also Skylar Hulkenberg to look at his big picture. What is my race for a guy on pressure tires? Any defense is going to be on 30 marking off the racing line, and he stays just looking at his total lap time, his total race time. Alex Albon is mixed up in your picture. He's got Brandon Colapinto directly ahead, and his two with teammates here. Last year, that's just a drive-by move, but an unusual place to see it. Well, everybody's seen Egger's Mike. Oh, the right margin there. As he uses a significant traction against behind. Someone check into the rubber bar on that front wing. That's a look like he misjudged that was 13 millimeters with his front part of the wing. It's impressive judgment, isn't it? To got the club coming powerful in front of you there. Do I sample block like 30? Yeah, we think maybe we should try to live with it, but that's how the crops and wait for all of things, but when you're doing a top little phone in front of you, it's so easy to just stack that front wing. See if this camera angle is set up so Harrington may just miss it, but well, George took to fake to your upper a little fortunate. It's going to perfection. Yes, you're right. You're right. Alex Albon played 15th position. Millimeter perfect for the positioning at half the car. He's going to have a cameo just trying to get past everyone he can. Driving his plane in 19 laps ago. The change on to the side, having spun on the opening lap after Williams had a great day yesterday. Both drivers in the sprint. Carlos Sainz P3 signs he's out. He's our only retirement so far on that 28 of 56. Albon just okay for a safety car intervention to allow the punish up one support. So Hamilton's 6 seconds out from Norris. He's mighty for a podium and that's it. Not gonna get in with that though. He's better looking at the battle for a while and now is going to be fighting in his teammate, not with the rest of the race. Question is, what do these guys on the medium switch on to? The benefit of starting in the soft is you can go onto the medium. They seem to be a good race tire for a half distance. It's not falling off the cliff, even if Max has started to lose a bit of pace. Actually on the last lap, all tenths down on Lando, but still with a full putt there. Did they come up to that hard tire? Which is not very quick, but will be easily durable for the rest of the race. Or do they go to the stop, which is a bit fragile. The ground start is usable, but the system. I'm a long way to go on a soft tire. Might have fuel. It will help, definitely. They probably have these single talents if easily possible. I think it would be a lot longer than the most cheap, the much two phrase using the benefit of a wonderful stats you have here in the commentator box. Yeah, it's doable, but I'd rather be in Leclerc's shoes on the medium, or being the older medium at the end of the race. There's few interesting decisions that the team is still going to make on the pit wall. Well, they get the 19 laps of running yesterday. The other teams, they are fighting around them to have that data in their pockets. Also, watch the gap for George Russell. At one point it was 2.2 seconds. It's come down and momentarily to 1.4, 1.5. Russell's absolutely in striking distance there. If they were to go to the fresh rubber first, does feel a little bit like a stalemate right there. Yeah, Gasly having a slow start. Trying to do a score that all of Alpine's points this year. And we already haven't been developing that plan at all. They've gone all in on 26. Still just para, but operationally, anyone can have a bad thought. But those are the sort of things when you have an uncompetitive car, you've got to be aiming for world class and the things that are achievable. And as a driver, you spend 29 laps to find a 10th there. You imagine a few tenths, and then you lose seconds in the pit stop, and it is frustrating that you're in the top 10 or outside of it. All that hard work, you just see going away in the pit lane. We're all for the stop to get to the end of it. I don't know how to pick up for the later. Verstappen is starting to fall towards Norris. It's about 4 tenths on the last lap. That was an 11-second gap. There's both being a 10-second gap. How the Charles Leclerc going past Yuki Tsunoda, or at least trying to Tsunoda, who's been out there since the start. The player who has his superior grip of fresh medium tyres and trying to go the long way around. Chaps. Nicely done for Charles Leclerc. Tsunoda running his own race, looking to improve a lot of dominance in his race pace after yesterday's sprint where he climbed 11 places, burning to P6. But I really picture Charles Leclerc. Yeah, Leclerc going quickly, picks up another car, and is now right back towards under car range of Norris. So, McLaren have been going to be second position, yeah, second they've got a big amount of pin stop too. As Tsunoda now dives in. But what do they go on to? Did they go onto the hard, or did they go onto the soft? There's got to be a stop. If they've got to extend this stint, they're just going to lean it at 4.9, get there and have to do that overtake again. Ross very nearly into DRS range. Ross to Piastri. Piastri trying to limit the damage and all enough during these lane up to 3 or 2nd stop for Yuki Tsunoda. Yeah, everyone in the same boat. They're trying to just extend the stint now to put on a soft and avoid the slow, hard tyre. Norris now within 10 seconds of Verstappen. That's doing okay, but I think he's thankful that he built up that buffer and Norris lost out so much time behind that player. Tsunoda comes out despite that slightly slow stop ahead of Antonelli. Russell is within 100 car range, which should revert to fifth and gone to the soft or let it go and have the pass on track. But will be recovers. That's with PS3 on the radio in any of these exchanges at the moment. He wants the advantage of the fresh rubber. Rustin is nearly at the DRS range for it to more. Couple of decisions to be made for McLaren. Leclerc did 22 laps on the soft at the start. Alltag and Newell, 3 laps on the PFC. So that's saying 19-20 laps of performance. But with the build coming on, it does so much easier. Red Bull has on soft tyres on Tsunoda. I think now what McLaren are going to do, I think that's a right decision for Boston to protect track position and take some softs and never try and nurse them to the end. Well, we'll go to Spain there. It does look like a set of softs at the ground when the pit lane for him. Flashes past like going to go up to window and is received by the team in first position. They get the choice as the Constructors' Champions of where they line up at that on this point for McLaren. Pressure stop 2.3 seconds when it matters. Yeah, and that's set of softs with more fuel with a new cycle on them from yesterday's qualifying, so that will give them a little extra resilience as well. The Verstappen leads by 9.7 seconds, time being eroded lap after lap by Lando Norris. The back gap to balloon didn't it? 2.5 seconds, but Norris was looking for the first time all the way up to 11 by the time he got past the Ferrari. In the second place driver in the Grand Prix. Verstappen that is personal best first sector of the race, and there's still a little bit of grip there on his medium tyres. Every lap that he carries up into the engine through to the end of the song, likely to be a mistake for George Russell to drop back to 1.7 seconds behind Piastri. Yeah, something sounded a bit strange in his derrick shift there. Was he just locked up the front brake a little bit? Just go to sequence. And he just delayed as he realised he was going in very hard. And there's a bumpy break, his own biggest one on the circuit. All okay. Got to the Appy's in lap then. Lost him. At 5 seconds with that right moment. Still dropped the pace in his old teammate Lewis Hamilton for third Oakland Road as they elongate this first stint. They get the advantage of going to the pressure of they can take less pain towards the end of the Grand Prix. Effective way to even to medium territory. What's the day no further? He's going to go on to the soft tyres now. Yeah, Leclerc is absolutely flying on those medium tyres. Leclerc's going to come out ahead of Norris when Norris pits. Battle's going to be tight with Piastri. He's had to pit now to cover off the second McLaren. Tidy enough pit stop from Ferrari. Gasly going around the final corner at the moment. Going up through the gears. Hamilton restricted the main speed limits. And we can get rid of it. Into the first turn. It's rejoin here. So you can take a disadvantage over the Australian driver trying to win the World Championship in his third season of competition. 7-time World Champion and 5-time winner around this circuit. Lewis Hamilton still out ahead. Statting to the top, so 9.7 seconds. Last final round, Verstappen in a 140.0 and Lando Norris in a 140.1. So Norris now just staying out of all the way until the pressure from someone other than Leclerc. Gatlin's is gone now towards Charles. So they're all back into the new favourite strategy, which is waiting for a safety car or some level of intervention now for anyone that hasn't fit in, and wait until there would be Lewis Hamilton getting towards Norris at that range, and that would be the trigger of McLaren to follow. Perhaps, down to flat. Or he took that enough. One word of instruction to his team, and in comes Lando Norris for a huge sum. That's just not a thing where he's made a mistake on the inlaps. Not the thing, it's a clean up. It was far from a disaster. 0.8 for Norris. But if you know if they'd be left out on his inlap, and so he's just get me off this tyre, I found him down the lap. Yeah, it was certainly assertive. It was an open interpretation. Although I still question it's not Fox, it's the red flag. Do you think that a while to figure about these things through the years? Charles Leclerc, he went earlier to that medium tyre, has gone up to third. Lando Norris rejoins his soft to front bound on lap 33 and 56. That's Verstappen's largest obstacle to winning this Grand Prix is ahead in a couple of corners' time. Red Bull pulled him in to the pits. Good stop. Seen from Ferrari, from McLaren. So a slightly slow stop for Red Bull, 3 seconds with Yuki Tsunoda. Didn't cost them too much load. He tried to continually run back to the point, but Verstappen working his way through. And let's have a look at Lando Norris. Yes, for the drivers, right of the was knocked up. That's where he goes out further, and there is the knock up when turn 20. He stays within check limits again. He knows that last there, Enzo P such a long time. Here comes the race leader, Max Verstappen in, quite dusty in the pit in. Banking on the last of the grip from those tyres. Speed limits take out your burn. For next standards of this scene, the serving is. He should stop when it comes to 2.6 seconds. You saw what you said, taking the last better of those tyres in the pit lane. It's all part of the race. He needs to do his job of entry and exit. He needs to do the job servicing the car. It's the in the background, Leclerc coming across that finish line. Verstappen would have dropped them way to the back of the Piastri, and at the tyre and wanted to go and chase it at the end of the way into the race. So that's the top rider pitted up. But in as well, chasing. His first thoughts is the British Grand Prix. Incredible day for him. That's the time where he joined the V990 before. Russell back out onto the racetrack. Russell finding himself ahead of Tsunoda to heaven. These two continuing to tussle. There's one been around 2 seconds for the entirety of the Grand Prix. So the prize for Verstappen of putting it on pole and keeping the lead at the start in a nice Sunday drive so far this afternoon. Leclerc has helped him out by getting the place of Norris, but that's going to be the fight in the next 22 laps. Leclerc on the medium, Norris on the precious soft tires will have to go hunting again. but with that turn, they could pass once again with the help over the track units. Kimi Antonelli with the fast lap of the race. His race undone after contact with Carlos Sainz early on. But it was run in and take soft tyres. So who else? That's the favourite strategy today. Starting on the medium with the easy bit. Let's see what the degradation is like. Taking for granted that was down to paddock. We're any tyres. Over there, going flying up to P7. How you would absolutely love that to be the case. Emphasis for continued sobering times for Yuki Tsunoda. It's been made meters from 3. I don't have the grass. It's oh, that was a late curve. I was like they sort of caught out with the beginning of that, so I didn't see it again, but it looked like Yuki was making a lean defense. Well, he was chasing a really strong result in his first full season of Formula 1. Yuki Tsunoda was the driver ahead. Oliver Bevan's best finish in a Grand Prix is a V6. He was chasing V7. Out he went. Dramatic moment again at the Circuit of the Americas this weekend. And that is not Oliver Bevan's favourite corner on the racetrack. It's a strange bit of road that because of that left thing that you kind of ignore as you're driving the racing line. I think Bevan was quite set at making the move, so Tsunoda thought it suddenly dive towards his apex, then, normally take. There's barely the space anyway, really, for Bevan. I think he did slightly move under braking, but was Ollie Edder going to be braking up the inside then? Well, yeah, there's no question that he was moving towards that heavy apex, like you mentioned, but there was never going to be a car's width, so the whole thing is very open for you, it's at a moment, but in this case, it didn't happen. It's still in the race. He's been passed by Stoltenberg as well, Bevan, so down to the 9. And having his spin, they race the tyre. It's going to go to the end of the race as well. And it has been still getting some points. It's not actually completely past it now. That moment for Oliver Bevan, who ran 15 yesterday, lost the final points in his battle with Kimi Antonelli after leaving the track and maintaining an advantage, and turned 40. No way by for him today. Almost favourite part of the circuit. He said he was learning on the go this weekend. That's what contributed to back-to-back Q3 clearances. It was best ever qualifying. It was up yesterday. Grace coming under with that spin. Hulkenberg now in 8th position. Bevan still running in 9th. Alex Albon 3.3 seconds. Norris breathing in Leclerc again. 1.5 seconds. He's 7th. They're on the last lap. So that battle continued very shortly. As Lando Norris has stopped. Seeing it once again. Well, from quickness, there was been a narrative about Norris all season long. Just a second attempt to the front wheel. One went back on again. So, bad rank will be forced until all the processes have been completed. And Norris left on around a 1:37.6. Max Verstappen on the lead at 1:37.9. It's the gap between the Ferrari and the McLaren. I feel the total route for a large part of this Grand Prix, and we're going to be talking about some more. Charles Leclerc doing a great job on the soft tyres to give himself track position on lap 36 of the 56% of attention. But he's measured his pace quite well, because he did that load of losing made the pit stop. He took a while, and he was going through the mid side. And now Norris is getting close to that 1 second gap again, but Leclerc's been doing his personal best after the race on his medium tyres because got a melt from Ever. I know his first lap he destroyed it. Norris getting a little wide ahead of 19. He's got the advantage, Lando, but Charles certainly not flipped of his tyres just yet. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see whether he's just like the head that he was in the first stage of the race, or whether Merrill's targets later with that offset in tyres. He's just have a confidence to make that early move. Further back though, Hamilton's pace is the same as his teammate with driving on a softer compounded tyre. Leclerc actually on medium, 14 lap old mediums as well. Hamilton was hoping his chance to stand on the podium for the first time in Grand Prix for a while. Charles Leclerc chasing the first podium. That's it, the Belgian Grand Prix. The race to go 5 races ago since the fair was last on the Grand Prix podium. Russell is really in Piastri as well. 3 laps pressure soft tyres for Russell. Not irrelevant on the soft tyre, there's still slightly fragile to go to this since they're all opening for this part of the race. And George is leveled back towards Oscar. That's nearly as the driver going to the inside of turn number 1, finding the place. Gets off the air Gasly. In the soft tire will go chasing Esteban off one. He's 3.4 seconds down the road. Well, understandably focusing on the battle for second place again is Charles Leclerc, and with track position is Lando Norris, who finds himself trying to move up to second to take 0 points out of his teammates' championship advantage. Within 1 second, as he sweeps through into turn 19 to the DRS. But the other white line on the exit there has gone over 1 second. Though the steering is fine, dirty air in the final turn. Up to hand in that corner. One thing I need a section point. But you might get the DRS there. If he had dropped away before he landed, then so at its land, TVC. The range there at 5 points taken out. Norris would expect to get this move. Doug Hugo at that expectation of all the end of the Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc and Ferrari trying to fly in front. But we're only 5.4. They got Norris, the real threat. Fire drivers. Or better get back with Norris like ages ago. Having to deal with it ever since level 1. Beyond the white lines. Norris is staring at a 5-second penalty. Got a good buffer back to Hamilton, so it's leading 9 seconds. Doesn't want to get the 5-second penalty, I don't know if he'll be able to pass. I didn't find that pace on Leclerc to the end of the race. But it's not like there's a line of cars all ready in. But parts if he does pick it up, expecting make on, he can start the next car, didn't be pace. All boost in the bottom left of the picture. It's Alex Albon cleared another position. Dave, he fast to catch up to P16. Norris found it. He wasn't up into turn 12. He's got a bigger tyre advantage now than he did actually in the first stint of the race. Soft tyre looks pretty sensible to the events expectations for the field of Honda and Ferrari. They were done a great strategy in this round at that. Black Mountains up and medium is going to hang on. Exercising about the thing. And you'll have any memory banks that comparison up really well earlier in the race. Where he is now, we're actually going to be making third. So the 30 points. But Oscar Piastri was ahead of Lando Norris after the Dutch Grand Prix. This was a big move. He's a roughly wide. Take that down to 14. If he can make that fast and Piastri stays where he is. And Verstappen pointing in. But it's huge for Lando Norris and his quest to try and win the Formula 1 World Championship. Actually having a bulletproof run, finishing all the races, end of points. A re-championship campaign. As these moments where the bit of a wobble that creeps in. Been going on for a while, but Piastri back retirement yesterday, back to retirement, then back to Mr. Podium as well, and Singapore, the wheel bang with his teammate. There was much talked about. The conversation has changed. Once changed in the direction of Verstappen joining championship fight. Again, we're seeing Stroll battling into turn number 1. He's chasing down Ian also for Stiller. But they're doing enough in the high speed in the first sector. Personal best for him, and as he tuned like did Norris, if you could be in those high speed corners, you can protect yourself when the DRS comes into play on the back straight down towards turn 12. The Lando closes up at that point. The next driver, he did just see a bit of father staying. Remember that we into his 19 as well. The red light beaming on the back as he's pricing a bit of energy management here, maybe a little bit of tyre, a bit of pace by saving the tyres. And he'll use it all in the first sector. Learning from that first into the race, knowing that turn 12 is going to be at those best opportunities for Alex in towards turn 1. It's going to stay close down the next 9 corners. Charles Leclerc celebrated his 28th birthday in front of Benny once this year and finished second in a Grand Prix. That was like his home race in Monaco. The driver who was in bed that day, the driver we're on board with, Ryan in his car through the amazing direction change on that up the heaven of turn 1. Back out of the paint. There was another couple of attempts that Leclerc is pulling at the high speed. It's natural because he's got a clean airflow, so Norris is combating the dirty air, and as the speed builds, he really needs the perfect downforce, and he's not got it, so Leclerc with another personal best in the first sector. He almost extended the gap and the critical moment. A flawless performance, actually, in terms of how he defends Well, he would ride without making mistakes whilst defending one eye or both eyes on the barrels of the penal limits. So that would be a piece to run the offset THC built in both until the end of the Grand Prix. Until we got that information, it's the call of flat at the gone, the role of the driver that has been backed underneath the Ferrari for a while. I think he's done 7 laps on them. He's pushing it out in the dirty air. He's being at the block. Well, I'd say he feels it, but they think he'll be able to pull them down and get a new lease of life. With Leclerc struggling early on in the first stint. And then there was the eventual safety car. He managed to find that pace and was matching Max for a while. And then they started to find out where. Wondering if he's still at the same pace, so he's feeling that he's sliding, he's running around the dirty air, and it's frustrated because Leclerc is holding back at these corners, and now he's unleashing everything in the Ferrari. And Norris can't stay close enough, although this time that's a little bit better. I thought these guys would see on Greiter and walled all the blocks for Las Vegas. Glad they're going to plan their out tyres now. This will be more fragile, so there's activities in the copter effects. And we didn't hear the reply, but we heard the instruction. Race engineer to the rating world champion. There for a while on the soft tyres now. He's 6.6 seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc in second. And an 8 of a second further back. Be closing all the time with the benefit of DRS. Over the bumps, making into turn 12. Still having to say the punishment of running in the dirty air of that Ferrari. We've not seen a lot of extra staff, but I would see what the work that the player has done here, getting that gap down to just under 7 seconds. It's still, we'll see if it's comfortable and you can make a mistake that. But it feels more comfortable with Ted, which it really was earlier in the Grand Prix. Yeah, the state is not long done and dusted in it with this distance. Every time I get that long gold one, pop up on the left hand side, I'm waiting for the next car to pop up left or right. He's having quite a dicey race, I think. Not sure about an overtake or on some of the going past him, but and in the absolute thick of it, all they got. So builds on the soft tyres did for the at the very start. He's been on the medium tyres for 12 laps, and his progress has been arrested by him. Also, he's been in the car in front of him for a while. Always racing at turn 1 as well. No one else seems to be lining up any moves at but that starts through that final sector. Yeah, Edwards got at least one corner they're really good at. And now in the DC Sarton said that at 42 at 56, Max Verstappen's winning streak continued to be eyed by George Russell. He took the victory in Singapore. He took the victory yesterday in the sprint. So of course the Grand Prix victory today, and we have been showing you this battle with so important for Lando Norris's vital aspirations. We need to adapt down to 14 points compared to Oscar Piastri, who is having an incredibly rough day. His Grand Prix in total lasted less than a minute in Baku, but this is a very, very fast Sunday afternoon. All the Australian driver, after rattling up the podiums at the start of the year, he's got the most wins of anyone. 2025 with 7. So this is the point, I think, for Piastri, where you're running 7 seconds away from Hamilton, taking no inroads, not having to pace, he got frustrated, being very honest behind. And immediately up in the road was big screens and seeing Leclerc still ahead of Norris, as thinking, come on, Charles. They'd be 3 points compared to Lando. Look at the front position. Lando Norris second in the points heading into this Grand Prix. A little bit cleaner than where he finished up on the mediums, but I don't doubt that surface temperature of thermal degradation is what makes that back to his grid, because he's really drawn back on this particular lap. And he's just got that second laps by 120 of the mid-second. See, he's suddenly sliding it on, so has Leclerc done some sort of master stroke on that first stint, but to lure everyone into running this off, thinking it looked absolutely fine, and they're all putting it on and scrapping around. Is Norris just biding his time trying to get those tyres back under control, and he'll push again, or is he in actual significant trouble there? It's so confusing this season, isn't it? There's been times where we've sort of ashed with our Ferrari, and I know and I don't doubt there's been quite a bit of management from Max Verstappen out front, but if he's questioning where the tires have brought at this stage, then this is an impressive run from the player. It is indeed, and to emphasise DC's point, Verstappen finished a minute behind for the but with 8th of the background. He's right back in the mix for the Formula 1 World Championship. Back Grand Prix is only 6 races ago compared to today. Things changed fast in Formula 1, and over the line to start lap 44, there was Max Verstappen. He's got an advantage of 7 seconds. And let's just see whether Norris is having a breather, whether we can whittle that 2.4 second gap to Charles Leclerc down, riding on board with the world champ. Norris did a better lap this time around, so at least just 2 tenths to Leclerc. Starting to up his pace again, potentially. Speed blend up the throttle. One of the very big slides or corrections here with a high speed you could really damage the tyres. With snaps of oversteer over the month. Next then have been at turn 11, the driver was on the podium here last year, having finished fourth on the road after Lando Norris got a 5-second penalty. A reminder for you, just joining us, Lando Norris cannot go beyond 5 minutes again without getting 5-second penalty in this Grand Prix. When you have to bear in mind as he tries and goes down that gap, Charles Leclerc in the remaining laps, fighting forward with the race leader. He's found that position. Went through the pit stop sequence and has stayed in the lead. Trying to whittle away the advantage of all the McLarens. He's chasing his 4th victory in the Grand Prix for miles this track. And he's already got 3 sprint race wins. Well, forward Unsen first there, starting his Formula 100 in a fine 4th place in the Toro Rosso was early season. With the junior team immediately launched up to Red Bull. Since then, has been one of the full-time partnerships between team and driver. He's on course for win number 68 the team. Instructor Toby just getting through as well. The same, he's not having a good day until the early in the wars with sights earlier on. The one driver in the front thing of the sport wanted to snap him over until then he's still on the charge further back. A Red Bull relentless pressure now coming from Verstappen. Tsunoda looking like he's going to get points for the 2nd time in 2 days. And Ferrari back on form today, so that's positive for life. There's just 5 races to go. 1 minute you think Ferrari get nailed on there, then you think Mercedes have turned the corner. Both of these teams are just floundering 1 week, winning the next, or fighting for a 2nd place, at least in the hands of Leclerc. Whereas Red Bull and McLaren have just found consistency of performance. Certainly had Max Verstappen chasing for Wolfspeed. 3rd Grand Prix win in the last 4 races. Still, Oscar Piastri is set to lead. Led World Championships, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix in April. It's probably under deep pressure at the end of the canway. No such thing as a simple first World Championship. It's interesting. Is when it's 795 gross represented the top 10. Alonso filling up those event in 10 places, so that's kind of a reflection as well. Of the year, I know that we've the argues out of position, but it shows some relative ebb and flow of performance through the course of the year. Hulkenberg letting that sprint shunt. First back up a pretty strong weekend. He needed it really because it felt like part of their tools that the instrument of that team. Yes, well, what I expect, well, probably good CRS this weekend. 1 lap pace and decent execution of the race. We don't have to a little bit at the start of the sprint. Just like the crowd built right now, but the pace is already dropped. We're up about behind of the car with this cooler. We don't do it like that. It's interesting. So, really is really explained his difference between Clark's temperature and surface temperature. But the surface temperature you can cool very, very quickly with a simple slide or a little bit as we watch the racing bulls here. It spikes a lot more than what this is underneath. It is a much more rolling temperature through the laps. And that's what Norris is now trying to slow down and work on getting the something much cooler. And then he can go for consecutive laps of trying to just speed up rather than just momentary spikes of surface temperature. So the difficult thing is well, the Hackney needs to maybe be a little bit more gentle at the breathing and things that give you the performance a lot of lap they can breathe. Well, that's the problem. To get that reduced over a number of laps, if you're looking at slowing down into high speed, and the braking is where you've got maximum energy going on as well. So this sort of corner, when you're going through much with Magi and sliding around, putting a lot of stress through the tires, and building that temperature all the way, so your surface temperature spikes immediately, your fastest tilt over time, and overall, as the temperatures go up globally, you start to lose grip. And to get that back, you just have to back off, get yourself some clean air, stop having like micro slides, and build it up again over a few laps. And Norris now is getting back to the Austin second trial again. He's not had a lot of clean air this afternoon. He's had a lot of Ferrari tuned, as he says. Through turn 19, it goes Nico Hulkenberg, and next up is Oliver Behrman. Behrman, who had that spin trying to pass Yuki Tsunoda, and is long gone up the road for both of them. You know, the flow between these two, trading all faster lap times at the moment. So 1:39.6 for Hulkenberg, or 1:39.4 for Behrman. So he'd not find himself too affected by spinning those tires, but a little bit of dirt there, spun around. He's still able to be better, still on the points as well, would be his big points to finish in his first Formula 1 season. But stay where he is in the Fernando Alonso New York able to it back. He's thinking they might put a bit of cameo in the back hand side of your screen, but put him full frame right now to show you him trying to find his way past the lost. Still credit to Glancy's really track race, and you can just see his teammates, it's up ahead there in the final pointing position. So this is real and pretty interesting to see if he gets past Boston. Well, he will have a chance to go attack it, Fernando Alonso. He's enjoyed the attack this weekend. It was the attack that goes in a 5-place pit penalty and a back with a good start. I'm doing it Esteban on yesterday, but he has been in the thick of a lot of racing action. They looked at the back of a 10th place finish that he could do a couple of times. We're all closing in. But more so closing in on Alonso as well. Plenty of practice going on, we're trying to show you at the same time. And also be aware of Lando Norris, who is going again in his quest to try and reclaim second position. And that was come down from 2.4 to 1.7. Yeah, the draw you just in a sense he's putting out an attempt up into turn 1. So grab medium to higher by Phil Alonso on the soft. The good balance Fernando Alonso was scrapping it in the first 2 days this weekend. That's deserted him. Everything that both tires, same strategy as the Wilson is putting the pressure on behind. So now that Kimi Antonelli getting past Esteban on corner, turn on the tour. That's the back of Aston Martin as well for a front on a 2-stop by the end of this race. Antonelli. Right signs for the concluding chapter of Leclerc versus Norris with the new Grand Prix of 2025. Left hand side in the clincher is Shadjob and Carlos Pinto. They're not separated by much, but they've made it through. And that is a nice way by as we go and focus to turn number 1. It's nearly PRS range for Lando Norris. He's called the tyres, he's attacking once again. So, start work, I think, from Will Joseph and Lando. The communication there, Lando obviously flustered. Thorning is going to block up the back of Charles, made the move. It hasn't rapidly got the tyres were going, so just pull it down, have a breather, give the tyres a rest, and start to lean on it again. 7 laps to go. Now the fuel load's coming out, the tyres should be able to just last a little bit more, and he can go and attack again. So 1 second away as we head towards the DRS range. He's not going to get it this lap, but it will start to become by Charles Leclerc again. Yeah, the body language about McLaren is definitely an attack for Donald puff or dust or it was through the middle of some really possibly, but yeah, you know, it's running out of lap, then this could be absolutely crucial for trampling into the World Championship. It's the difference between a 14-point gap and a 17-point gap. equivalent of 2 victories over his teammate running in second place as well, with 5 Grand Prix to go. A couple of sprint races in there as well. It's a massive moment for Norris. He's regrouped. And this is pivotal. Every point matters between now and Abu Dhabi. But when you consider the drama of a 3-point game in Singapore, a 3-point game in Monza, all of the work that's had to go in for that, for Lando to just eke out both points on his teammate. This is a 3-point game without having to race his teammate. If we could pass the Ferrari, that extra 3 points would be very sweet. He's a little bit too far back into turn 1 as Charles Leclerc is still good in this high-speed section, as Norris now got a little bit more oomph with the fuel coming out. In a satisfying race, if Charles Leclerc can stay in second place, equal his best results of the season, this was not likely for Ferrari. They went very bold with their structure off the line. He did the job and positioned the car well to get that second place. But Lando Norris has just done the fastest first sector of the entire Grand Prix. And a car looks way more lively now than Norris. Even in the wheel patch of Leclerc, Charles extending slightly in the high speed, but Lando doing enough. He's going to be within DRS range solidly now down the back straight. He's using more battery energy to get himself into that position. DRS wide open. It's not quite close enough. Easton, previous lap, to have an attempt there, but he's certainly applying the pressure. And now Charles got to be in the block half on the brakes as well, fighting the rear. He's also... He showed us many laps ago that he'd get to the end of these meetings, but there was a bad question that he'd got a long way to go. It is not an easy run, even though he's on meetings, but they're 10 laps older than Norris has sold. The 37 man has been running on the yellow wall tire, new medium, off-bound middle compact of the choice. This week there's he brought 19 ahead. A reminder for you as we go into this battle in the final laps, Lando Norris cannot go beyond the white lines one more time without a penalty. Got that hanging over him. He's got the Ferrari right there, tantalizingly, just in front. Okay, running out of track. The rear end's going. Lando's close. If they drive the back, it's Davidson attacks fast and taking second for a second. Lando Norris for Charles Leclerc. Saw that one coming, still P2. It's a great attack from Norris. That's more what he needs to do. Break the aim, take chances, and if you guys saw that one coming in, there was more right awareness for him to cut back on the exit. But he's got to disrupt Leclerc now, get him out of his win and make him look in the mirrors at all times. He's way closer this time. Yet Leclerc struggling with that rear axle and traction, so that may have been the setup for the pass down into 12. Apply the power, wait for the DRS, build up through the gears to 200 miles per hour, and try and take your place on the second step of the podium, trying to close down the gap. To the inside, Norris climbing the position, and it's young place in the race. But there is now, as it stands, just 14 points back in the hunt for the World Championship. The guy could sneak back at 15 if he could stay close enough here. And it goes there, that's a club of the middle of the road, and now the race should be done, and it's a critical pass. Well, we saw Leclerc what happened last time earlier in the race. He was able to keep back DRS distance as he was going up into turn 1, so I wouldn't say it's all over. And go find it out, it's with all the tires, it's running out of rate grip. Getting the power down out of this corner will be keep the pressure on here till he strikes. It's a fair point, but it'll be really difficult now to squeeze on the gas on these slow corners, particularly even more now into the dirty air. Trying to make himself large in the mirrors. This was a big moment for Lando Norris. What a lap in his championship campaign it was. This was turn 1. Could have made it big at that point by turn 12. The story was different. But that was just good because it disrupted Leclerc, got him offline, and it meant Lando was so close in the start of a high speed. Charles just really didn't have an answer on the back straight. I don't think he could have defended the inside anyway. I think they would have gone around the outside. I think that the game was up, and it's about being actually on the brakes. Team and driver working really well. Will Drift, Joseph made the call, didn't he? Gave him the encouragement, said the pace was still there, kept his driving mind in it. Got back to 2.4 seconds, pulled down the tyres, got past, and now he's 14 points away from his teammate, who once led by over 30 when Lando Norris' engine expired at the end of the Dutch Grand Prix. Yeah, that was a beautiful pass, given that we know he has these straights already. taking up the marble, the back inside lane into 12 would be very easy to have a lockout. And then one wide, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yeah, executed beautifully. Besides a catch up, but back's not the points. Well, we've got lots of racing action today. Trying to show you every single battle possible by the looks of this. This was the battle for 16th position, trying to go past the Alpine. Maybe in the mood to search for. You can actually see the marbles as he was running there in the 8 lane. Look at the front left. Just forward in that discarded rubber that's off the racing line. Back the 11th, isn't it? You pick those up on the inlap after the trending back to add weight to the car because they just stick to your tyres and speed them roll off again as they come through the next few corners and can be discarded once more for someone else to pick up. But it does make the move harder for everyone. Jono quite a simple one. Norris also well fighting with in the clear, struggling on those tyres, but having to break that inside line over the marbles, you'd feel like you know you're driving over the dodgy stuff. You get it stuck to trap your next in a PA as well. A good move. Charles Leclerc still on course then his first podium. This is the Belgian Grand Prix. Bench strips Peter Green into the mix today, provided us with our main story of the US Grand Prix round 19 of the Formula 1 World Championship. But in the end, Charles Leclerc, Ferrari's choice, sent Norris out of the reach of Max Verstappen. This the beautiful thing in his run. Take off the final lap and lead his 7th win in the USA, a hugely consequential one for the world champion. If he is 20th corner, about to go to lap 54, a healthy margin of 8 seconds over Lando Norris, who's completed his speed task in the race, with the battling going on ahead. The two Alpines getting racing. That's a lot at stake, even though the Rella at the points for Colapinto to have a strong weekend. I hope that he can match Gasly and race pace. Or let though. That's not got on. Oh well, with the circuit of America, they have against Thursday's in here. Rookie season will smoke plenty of buys. He did the off-in right up one. He's at the back strapping with the Alpines. He'll dive through the data, try and come back stronger next year. When the Sauber team becomes a paladin, they'll continue the venture from kind of progress they've made this year for High Points. Podium with Nico Hulkenberg, Silverstone. Hulkenberg is on course to fade his first fault since the British Grand Prix. Evans, a recovery has faded away, right front one back, and Nielsen was also faded away, trying to take right up onto a Fernando Alonso. Very close path of managing here to be the top position of the base. The men were professional. It's soon over. But it's important they use team orders to secure 17th and 18th today, isn't it? Caddy's on 5 lap order tyres, not a Pinto sped up and being behind. Wants to prove themselves, they'll need to seek the next year. Give them a bit of a chance of some fun, give us some fun things. And behind Max Verstappen is hoping if they could all gently get out of the way in the not too distant future. Yeah, it will indeed. The Alpines again, well, that doesn't sound like he's leaping to the order. Inching to the inside, it's a lap to go. And Colapinto pretends he didn't hear the radio message and gets past the 17. Fairness, he didn't feel bored, as Hazard. And not play way of saying that I did not respect. I don't mind now. It was such an easy pass for there down the inside. I think tried to make a fight out of it, but I think he is a lot quicker. We'll have a contract for next year, hoping to continue. Alpine said there, out in a stick with very good Colapinto. Move to Paul Aaron. This is now the got past his teammate at turn 1. If we didn't go for that though, with these having to wait so early and just like the safety car situation there. I'm sure they'll have a discussion about the rights and wrongs afterwards, but if running race, you can assure yourself and be nerve in the end. But we are heading towards the final lap of the race. And then Max Verstappen next to turn 1 in the lead. And saw his mirrors full of Charles Leclerc. Who was the odds-on favourite for victory in the Grand Prix. This stop was exempt for Indians being quick on the medium, quick on the soft, along there into the final parts of the US Grand Prix, getting past that traffic. Pinto is the driver directly ahead. But what a run he has been on. The winner from pole position in Italy, the winner from pole position in Azerbaijan, beaten by George Russell in Baku, beaten by George Russell in Singapore, but in the USA, it's sprint and Grand Prix victory coming his way, and he's back in contention. They're scrapping behind Gasly and Borgmetto for the last place, but we're looking at the driver in first, on his way to another victory. Just got the measure of everyone else at the moment. Not by a lot, as we get honest, and I've been encouraged by the performance of the Ferraris. But be honest, has kept his head and deserves that second place. I don't even know if there's anything like outright in the McLarens. It's only in race pace. Sprint qualifying 700s in it, and I know it didn't start. Lando got a bad start, Max got a good start. You had the McLarens in little pin pieces at the end of the first corner and got beyond. Then that sort of led on to everything else. McLaren being on the back third, and Verstappen doesn't need to be on the front third to be on this sort of role. He's executing so well. Singapore, I don't know if he was quicker than the McLarens, but he could. Yeah, okay, qualifying, he's done it, but in the race, he's just had the buffer. He's done it on pole, and here we go. Once again, Max Verstappen, he's going to win the Grand Prix. We're witnessing the comeback of a world canvas. It will be another victory. It will change the game. Across the line, to take the checkered flag will be dream and title 5 is alive from Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen wins the US Grand Prix, and the gap, which was once 104, now stands at just 40 points in second division. Lando Norris fits the gap out of this man, off of the athlete, to just 14. They will come across the line, having what goes to have a gap sizably in the stint, but he's a second behind. Lewis Hamilton across the line, still the championship leader. It's Oscar Piastri, but the top three are now separated by 14 points in the World Championship, with 5 Grand Prix to go. Instead of Liverpool. It's indeed, and I think that, well, Stappen played on a crest with a weird breakout. Donuts of the old that's been damaged on the t-shirt. So the head scratcher will be for Oscar Piastri, who really truly tackles the Spaglains, Norris, and really failed in any particular battle. Really dominated car performing on this racetrack. In Singapore, he made well the fall and ran a long way behind Norris, but Norris spent the whole race tucked in behind Verstappen. He's just missing his pace fundamentally at the moment. And that's going to be the concern for Piastri. Even more of a concern is seeing this coming locked in, win after win. You know he's a threat with the championship hanging at the end of it. Another very impressive week at France. Extremely well done. Doing the celebration, that's it. Yeah, well done, mate. Well, I'm pretty good. Really good. We're about to check one. And yeah, we did feel like Michael, it's I don't match the blessed for domination, but to say, you got everything this weekend. Yeah. Very keen with who at the bottom. 3 Grand Prix wins in the last 4. In the last 4 races, he has taken 64 points out of the championship lead. 3 contenders for the title today is Max Verstappen, Lando Norris as well. That gap that was over 30 has come down to 14. It's dreaming of victory, but in the end it was so important that he secured second. 7.9 seconds over by Charles Leclerc with his first podium in 5 races in third. Lewis Hamilton just held up Oscar Piastri again. Tough run to the flag for him. 28 seconds left by the winner. Piastri fifth, still the championship leader. And George Russell very close to the back there. The majority of that Grand Prix. And P3, well done. Nice drive. Good job. Going to read one of these we go. Good to be back with the podium on you. I think we were pretty well this weekend, so good job. Dr. Richard William. Charles Leclerc happy with the afternoon's work, and he scores a 6th podium of the season. Second position, Lando Norris gets it. Dot, and he's in second place. Developing next to the rings of the 1980 Portman. There you go, was doing his handbrake turn at the edge to make sure he kept it on the track. He would have been on about track. 9 minutes. That looked like we just got to see a flash of Scarlet to the inside there, but he gains the place. Roshan Wu, he's made it, but it's wrong for you. But that is train sailing down to the third strike back to the 10th 13, which is good for Charlotte for red black and white flags. Be careful. I don't. But be aware, and he was aware when he got by. Second position, 10 seconds away from the lead. But Lando Norris, he's got by, he's made it through. And it's Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, and Hamilton. The Athlete Championship leader is in 5th position right now. Yeah, Leclerc doing enough to get that DRS, which will help bring a little bit of performance, of course. So can do enough in this sector to stay within DRS. For when they get themselves down into, but more importantly, on the exit of Trent 11, what could he play hit too bad? He's still there in this first sector, but so is Hamilton, and I wonder if now Ferrari should try and have a bit of team orders so that Hamilton is on the better tire now, stay with Lando Norris and keep him on it. If he possibly can, every day on board with Lewis. Still the people promoting the Ferrari, definitely a good drive so far. Leclerc will still need fit soon. Now he's been fast and he's on that start. Well, but I don't agree with you. I think Ferrari right now is about the overall picture. Hamilton's quicker. They have DRS right now. I don't think Charles is going to overly defend it. Charles Leclerc on the inside, watching two videos at the same time. Albon's made a pole run on the left-hand side of your picture. The two Ferraris are strapping on different tyres. Expiry socks. Well, I would Leclerc. I was wrong. What's about? They're not being determined as they made their way through. Hamilton is not going for the pinch on the inside. I do make better use of the traction now. He can't get by. And they do fight each other against it. Well, I think Hamilton will be getting frustrated. But he's looking at big picture stuff. You know, what can we do for the team here? Well, I explain it. Leclerc's heading in. Sensible choice for Ferrari, though. Fighting each other because they're on for a podium with one of the cars at least still. They don't drop back towards Piastri and Russell, they are still circulating okay. So Leclerc finally gets rid of himself. But Hamilton 1.4 seconds slower than Norris, so we know it's been released. But there's no question that crossed them that total amount of lap time. 2.3 seconds for Charles Leclerc making his stop. He comes out on medium. So punchy again for Ferrari. Obviously with the tyre life. He's been a job to have a field, but switching on to mediums it went ahead of Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso currently running in 10th position, and then Liam Lawson, and then Lance Stroll, another driver who's made use of the soft tyres. He's passed a couple of cars, whereas recently Nick Gasly on his way up to 12th position. The soft tyre may no longer at the Lance Stroll just out of the points, and in the major places for down the player, it was passed just before the end of the fact that the medium won't hang on. Got 33 laps to do, and the thought is they won't be 128. I reckon they might. Yes, that it will. They always do. Mark my words. But it's so thin down about how bad idea it is. We'll play it up with it didn't go through please. Yeah. Well, look, I'm enjoying the fact that they're pushing it. Often they're struggling at those tires. You see how deeply you're going through the corner. But it's good to see that Ferrari are on the. Sometimes they can seem reluctant to take a risk on the strategy. Out front, Verstappen leads by 10.8 seconds last time around 39.5. Look at a live comparison from Lando Norris over 9 in a minute. Not a place recovered for Kimi Antonelli as he gets up to 14th position. He was spun off the road by Carlos Sainz earlier on. That's P14. For Antonelli was a 39.3 for Lando Norris in comparison to Max Verstappen 39, but I hope that's the same pace. I'm surprised Ferrari didn't get the flare in leading after he was passed by Norris. I don't know, it's going to undercut Lando back again to second place. And instead he had an extra lap, stuck with both of their drivers, 1.5 through second in that big fight. And Leclerc's got a little bit of work so he could read back in Norris's undercut range. Yeah, we good to know. Yeah, we good to know whether the Ferrari team actually did Hamilton the drive. You know, quite often you're not entirely sure. You would say, do you want to couple that, or do you hang in there with these side, or so maybe fuels? There's a bit more still to come. Hamilton, the 19th Grand Prix, trying to avoid the dreaded stat. Ferrari with the most appearances without a podium finish. I'm going all the way back to Didier Brown. He scored his first Ferrari podium finish. His 19th Grand Prix back in 1982. Well, it's not a nice stat, but you very say all the other stats are off the scale. And yes, it's not bad. It's a fair point there. No, but was invested. He matched Norris last time around. So maybe that is telling us he still thinks he's got some more performance in this tyre. He can keep Norris on it as well. The best stealing the fight in second place without it's done. DC shows us that he's going to go to the end of the race. He went all in, I believe it. So he won, and then he's going to be there, but then I think got to be back in Lando. So let's put him on track, back Hamilton on track. But having made the pit stop and the cutting it all the while, if he get back through it, stack up the thing on a long shot now with an 11-second gap. But it's a couple of hits one for the McLaren. Fernando Alonso, the last point scorer, is at the moment. He's starting with a balance of his car across the weekend. Was disappointed not to make it through unscathed at the sprint. Fairly had a good start, and the inside line. Fired up that contact. Hulkenberg and the two McLarens that are so defining the DCA World Championship. At Heaven with half by Sainz, but he was able to get that quite off the contact for Sainz. Tinelli, Tsunoda is now at 7 places in the Grand Prix after that stop for Charles Leclerc. George Russell lost the cabinet positions off the start line. Oscar Piastri doesn't seem to have the confidence in the car balance and is only 2.1 seconds ahead of the Mercedes man. Hamilton having a really good Grand Prix. Maybe one of the very best Grand Prix that we've seen for him since he joined Ferrari. He's 4.5 seconds away from the United States. Not really making the pass on Charles Leclerc in 3. That's second. Max Verstappen is ticking off the laps out front, but he has a crucial pit stop to come his way in the not too distant future. Yeah, Hamilton's just been getting better and better the last few races. His altered media saying that he feels that operationally Ferrari are improving, and maybe it should take so much emotional energy for him to get into where he was used to at Mercedes. But whatever it is, this is a lot more Hamilton-esque. If you need, Max Verstappen is in your picture, the race leader, 28 years of age, chasing win number 68 today, and using on submission line for the World Championship. Questions about how it all ran in Singapore. Verstappen, an almighty record of taking a pole position here, whether it be in the Grand Prix, whether it be in the sprint, 3 in the sprint, 1 in the Grand Prix. There's a got a win here, 6th position as well. He would be on 306 points as it stands at the end of this. Absolutely 5 Grand Prix to go. That would be a 3-way fight for the Drivers' Championship of the World. And next week, going to Mexico City, and then on to Sao Paulo when he won from 17th on the grid 1 year ago to Vegas. He's expected to be strong, but looking at that one, slightly trepidatious, and then the week that decides the title, the car and Abu Dhabi to finish it off. 24 race epic. Needed to drive us back by the end of it. Norris, Verstappen first, Verstappen was the second driver in history. 5 in a row. After magnificent. Hamilton dropping away from Norris. The pair on his breath guys sizing up the move here on Nico Hulkenberg. He doesn't, and sliding having inside, leaping without losing any time really there for Leclerc, which is important. Hulkenberg traced some of his first points since he stood on the podium at Soot. Yeah, that's also Skylar Hulkenberg to look at his big picture. Run a smile race up with a guy on pressure tyres. Any defence is going to be on 13 Marvin off the racing line, and he stays just looking at his total lap time, his total race time. Alex Albon is mixed up in your picture. He's got Brandon Colapinto directly ahead, and his two teammates here. Last year, that's just a drive-by noon, but an unusual place to see it. Well, everybody's seen Egner's mate. Oh, the Brad Martin there. As he uses a superior traction against behind. Someone check if there's a rubber bar on that front wing. That's the lift. They lift the key. It misjudged that much the millimeters with his front or part of the wing. It's impressive judgment, isn't it? You got the club coming powerfully in front of you there. The right example, block like 30. Yeah, we think maybe we should try to do a little bit there, but it's found it drops and wait for all of things that but when you're doing a top middle phone in front of you, it's so easy to just stack that front wing. See if this camera angle is set up so everything may just miss it, but well, George took to fake to you over a little fortunate. It's going to perfection. Yes, you're right. You're right. Alex Albon played the position millimeter perfect of the positioning at Harvard. He's going to have a cameo just trying to get past everyone he can. Driving his came in 19 laps ago. The change on to the side, having spun on the opening lap after Williams had a great day yesterday. Both drivers in the sprint. Carlos Sainz in P3 signs he's out. He's our only retirement so far on that 28 of 56. Albon just hoping for a safety car intervention to allow the fun shot one support. So Hamilton's 6 seconds out from Wallace. He's mighty for a podium of that, so he will not gonna get in with that, though he's better looking at the battle for a while, and now is going to be fighting with his teammate, not with the rest of the race. But I think that's what these guys on the medium switch on to. The benefit of starting in this off is you can go onto the medium. They seem to be a good race style, but half distance, not falling off the pace, even if Max has started to lose a bit of pace. Actually on the last lap, all 10th down on Lando, but still with a comfortable butt there. Today come up to that 5 tyre, which is not very quick, but will be easily durable for the rest of the race. Or do they go to the stop, which is a bit fragile. The ground start is usable, but it's just I'm a long way to go on a soft tyre. Might have fuel. It will help, definitely. They probably have these single talents, it's easily possible. I think it would be a lot longer, but it was cheap and much too for his using the benefit of a wonderful stats they have here in the commentary box. Yeah, it's beautiful, but it's I'd rather be in the player's shoes on the medium. Up in the older medium at the end of the race. There's interesting decisions that the team is still going to make on the pit wall. But they get I think that's running yesterday. The other teams, they are fighting around them to have that data in their pockets. Also, watch the gap for George Russell. At one point it was 2.2 seconds. It's come down and momentarily to 1.4, 1.5. Russell's absolutely in striking distance there. They were to go to the fresh rubber first. Just feel a little bit like a stalemate right there. Yeah, Gasly having a slow start. Driving to score all of Alpine's points this year. And we already haven't been developing that plan at all. They've gone all in on 26. Still this para, but operationally, anyone can have a bad thought. But those are the sort of things when you have an underbidden car, you've got to be aiming for what requires and the things that are achievable. And as a driver, you spend 29 laps for the find the 10th there, 10th there. You imagine the huge and then you lose seconds in the pit stop, and it is frustrating that you're in the top 10 or outside of it. All that hard work, you just see away in the pit lane. We're all for the stop to get to the end of it. I know how to do people for the later half. The Verstappen is starting to fall towards Norris. It's about 4/10 on the last lap. That was an 11-second gap. It's both being a 10-second gap for how the Charles Leclerc going past Tsunoda, or at least trying to Tsunoda, who's been out there since the start. The player who has his superior grip of fresh medium tyres and trying to go the long way around. Chaps, nicely done for Charles Leclerc. Tsunoda running his own race, looking to improve and a lot of confidence in his race pace after yesterday's sprint where he climbed 11 places, burning to P6. Driver good picture, Charles Leclerc. Yeah, Leclerc going quickly, picks up another car, and is now right back towards the car range of Norris. So, Leclerc I think want to keep second position, yeah? Second, they're going to be out of pin stop too. As Tsunoda now dives in. But what do they go on to? Did they go onto the hard, or did they get onto the soft? There's got to be a stop. If they've got to extend this spin, which is going to mean that Paul got I get there and do that overtake again. Rust very nearly into DRS range. Rust to PR3, Yeah, been trying to read little damage and they're not carrying these way up to 3 or 4 stop for you. So, yeah, everyone in the same boat. They're trying to just extend the stint now to put on a soft and avoid the slow, hard tyre. Norris now within 10 seconds of Verstappen. That's doing okay, but I think he's thankful that he built up that buffer and Norris lost out so much time behind that guy. Tsunoda comes out despite that slightly slow stop ahead of Antonelli. Russell is within undercut range. Richard Roberta pit and gone to the top. All let him go and have the pass on track. But probably good for us. That's with the stream on the radio in any of these exchanges at the moment. He wants the advantage of the fresh rubber. Rustin is nearly at the DRS range for it to move. Couple of decisions to be made for McLaren. They played in 22 laps on the soft at the start. Full tank and fuel, 3 laps on the PFC. So that's saying 19-20 laps of full performance. But with the build coming off, it's been so much easier. Red Bull have gone stock tyres on Tsunoda. I think that's what McLaren are going to do. I think that's a right decision for Rustin to protect track position and take some softs and then try and nurse them to the end. Well, Wolfberg's fade out, and it does look like a set of softs at the ground when the pit lane for him. Flashes past Icon to go up to window, and he's received by the team in first position. They get the choice as the Constructors' champions of where they line up at that on this point from McLaren. Pressure stop 2.3 seconds when it matters. Yeah, and that's set of softs with more fuel with a new cycle on them from yesterday's qualifying, so that will give them a little extra resilience as well. The Verstappen leads by 9.7 seconds. Time being eroded lap after lap by Lando Norris. The back cat teared balloon, didn't it? 2.5 seconds. But Norris was looking for the first time all the way up to 11 by the time he got past the Ferrari. In the second place driver in the Grand Prix. Verstappen done his personal best sector of the race, and there's still a little bit of grip there on his medium tyres. Every lap that he carries up into these engine through to the end of the song, likely to be a mistake for George Russell to drop back to 1.7 seconds behind Pierce. But yeah, something sounded a bit strange in his Derek shift there. Was he just locked up the front rail a little bit? Scared a sequence. And he just delayed as he realised he was going in very hard. And there's a puppy break, his own biggest one on the circuit. All okay. Got the Appy's in lap then. Lost him. 5 seconds with that right moment. Still dropped the facing on teammate Lewis Hamilton for third over road as they elongate this first stint. Then get the advantage of going to the pressure road. They can take less pain towards the end of the Grand Prix. Excellent way deep into medium territory. Wasn't going no further. He's going to go on to the soft tyres now. Yeah, the Claire is absolutely flying on those medium tyres. The playe's going to come out ahead of Norris when Norris pits. Battle's going to be tied with Piastri. He's had to pit now to cover off the second McLaren. Tidy enough pit stop from Ferrari. Piastri going around the final corner at the moment. Going up through the gears. Hamilton restricted the main speed limits. And we can get rid of it. Into the first turn. It's rejoin here. So you can take a disadvantage over the Australian driver trying to win the World Championship in his third season of competition. 7-time World Champion and 5-time winner around this circuit. Lewis Hamilton still out ahead. Statings with a on to 9.7 seconds. Last final round, Verstappen in a 140.0, Lando Norris in a 140.1. So Norris now just staying out of all the way until the pressure from someone other than Leclerc. Gatlin's is gone now towards Charles. So they're pulled back into the new favourite strategy, which is waiting for a safety car or some level of intervention now for anyone that hasn't pit in, and wait until there would be Lewis Hamilton getting towards Norris on that range, and that would be the trigger of McLaren to follow. Perhaps, down to flat. Or it's about enough. One word of instruction to his team, and in comes Lando Norris for a huge sum. That's just not a thing where he's made a mistake on the inlaps. Not really, it's a stuff that was far from a disaster. It's quite deep for Norris. But if he knows if he left up on his inlap, and so he's just get me off this tyre, I found him down the back. Yeah, it was certainly assertive. It was an open interpretation. Although I still question it's not Fox, it's the red member. These things that are wild to think about these things through the years. Charles Leclerc, he went earlier to that medium tyre, has gone up to third. Glad North rejoins his off the front bound on lap 33 and 56. That's Verstappen's largest obstacle to winning this Grand Prix is ahead in a couple of corners' time. Red Bull pulled him in to the pits. Good stop. Seen from Ferrari, from McLaren. So a slightly slow stop for Red Bull, 3 seconds with Yuki Tsunoda. Didn't cost them too much load. He tried to continually run back to the point, but Verstappen working his way through. And let's have a look at Lando Norris. But yes, for the drivers, the right of the was knocked up. That's where he go no further, and there is the lock-up when turn 20. He's straight to Vinchak Gibbons again. He knows that blast there hangs over you such a long time. Here comes the race leader, who likes to snap it in, but dusty in the pit in. Andy on the last of the grip from those tyres. Speed in it, take out your burn. For next standards of this scene, the serving he is. He should stop when he got to 2.6 seconds. You saw what you said, taking the last better of those tyres in the pit lane. It's all part of the race. He needs to do his job of entry and exit. He needs to do the job servicing the car. It's the in the background, Leclerc coming across the finish line. Lots of it would have dropped the weight of the back of the Piastri, and at the tyre advantage to go and chase it at the end of the race. So that's the top rider pitted up. Third in as well, chasing. His first notices the British Grand Prix. Incredible day for him, but that's the time where he joined the V990 before. Russell back out onto the racetrack. Russell flying himself ahead of Tsunoda to heaven. These two continuing to tussle. This one's been around 2 seconds the entirety of the Grand Prix. So the prize for Verstappen of putting it on pole and keeping the lead at the start in a nice Sunday drive so far this afternoon. Leclerc has helped him out by getting the home place of Norris, but that's going to be the fight in the next 22 laps. Leclerc on the medium, Norris on the fresher soft tires will have to go 100 again. But we'll have to make the pass once again with the help down over track limits. Sitting at today with the fast flat of the race, his race undone after contact with Carlos Sainz early on. But he was come in and take soft tyres, so who else? That's the favourite strategy today. Starting on the medium with the easy bit. Let's see what the degradation is like. Taking the ground lap was down to paddock. Or any tyres. Over there, going right up to P7. How he would absolutely love that to be the case. Emphasis for the continued sobering times for Yuki Tsunoda. It's been made meters from 3. Oh, and the grass is in. Oh, that was a late curve. I was right to sort of caught out with the beginning of that, so I didn't see it again, but it looked like Yuki was making a lead defense. Well, he was chasing a really strong result in his first full season of Formula 1. Yuki Tsunoda was the driver ahead, although Bevan's best finish in a Grand Prix is a V6. He was chasing V7. Out he went, dramatic moment again at the Circuit of the Americas this weekend, and that is not one of Bevan's favourite corner on the racetrack. It's a strange bit of road that because of that left thing that you kind of ignore as you're driving the racing line. I think Bevan was quite set at making the move. Tsunoda thought it suddenly dive towards this apex, then, normally take. There's barely the space anyway, really, for Bevan. I think he did slightly move under braking, but was on the end, but he baked in up the inside there. Well, yeah, there's no question that he was moving towards that heavy apex, like you mentioned, but there was never going to be a car's width, so one thing is very open for you, it's at a moment, but in this case, it didn't happen. It's still in the race. He's been passed by Hulkenberg as well, Bevan, so that's fine. And I mean, it's been damaged the tyre. It's been a bit to the end of the race as well. But has been still getting some points. It's not actually been really past the path. That moment, but Oliver Bevan, who ran 15 yesterday, lost the final points in his battle with Kimi Antonelli after leaving the track and maintaining an advantage, and turned 40. No way by for him today. Not his favourite part of the circuit. He said he was learning on the go this weekend. That's what contributed to back-to-back Q3 the clearances since best ever qualifying result yesterday. And Grace Beniata with that spin. Hulkenberg now in 8th position. Bevan still running in 9th. Alex Albon Rickling 3 seconds. Norris reeling in Leclerc again. 1.5 seconds, he's 7th on the last lap, so that battle continued very shortly. As Lando Norris has stopped, seeing it once again. Well, for Brickness, there was been a narrative about Lando Norris all season long. Just a second attempt to the front wheel, one went back on again, so bad angle will be course until all the processes have been completed. And Norris last time around a 1:37.6, Max Verstappen on the lead at 1:37.9. It's the gap between the Ferrari and the McLaren. I feel we've been talking about for a large part of this Grand Prix, and we're going to be talking about some more. Charles Leclerc doing a great job on the soft tyres to give himself track position on lap 36 of the 56% of attention. But he's measured his pace by well, because he did that load of soon as he made the pit stop. He took a while and he was going through the side. And now Norris is getting close to that 1 second gap again. But Leclerc's been doing his personal best after the race on his medium tyres because got a melt from there, but he knows personally after destroyed it. Norris getting a little wide out of 19. He's got the advantage, Lando, but Charles certainly not just of his tyres just yet. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. See whether he's just like the head like he was in the first stage of the race, and whether Barrow's targets later with that offset and tyres. He's just have a confidence to make that early move. But the back Lewis Hamilton's pace is the same as his teammate with driving on a softer compound of tyre. So Leclerc actually on the medium 14 lap old mediums as well. Hamilton was hoping his chance to stand on the podium for the first time at Grand Prix in a while. Charles Leclerc chasing the first podium. That's at the Belgian Grand Prix. The race to go 5 races ago since the fair was last on the Grand Prix code. Russell is reeling in Piastri as well. 3 laps pressure soft tyres for Russell. Not irrelevant on the soft tyre, there's still slightly fragile to go to this, as they're all opening for this part of the race. And George is level back towards Austin. That's nearly as the driver going to the inside of turn number 1, gaining the place. Gets off the air Gasly. In the soft tyre, will go chasing Esteban Ocon. He's 3.4 seconds down the road. Well, understandably focusing on the battle for second place again. Is Charles Leclerc with track position. Is Lando Norris, who finds himself trying to move up to second to take 0 points out of his teammate's championship advantage. Within 1 second, as he sweeps through into turn 19 to again the DRS. But the other white line on the exit there, it's gone over 1 second. The steering is finally dirty air in the final turn. Up to hand in that corner. Wanting an even section point. But you might get the DRS there. If he had dropped away before he landed a better. So, at its land, TBC, remains there at 5 points taken out. Norris would expect to get this move done. Hugo at that expectation of all the end of the Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc and Ferrari trying to play in, but we only need 5.4. They got Norris, the real threat. Fire and drivers, or better get back with Norris like ages ago. Having to deal with it ever since level 1. Beyond the white lines, Norris is staring at a 5-second penalty. But a bit buffer back to Hamilton, so it's leading 9 seconds. Doesn't want to get the 5-second penalty, and I don't know if he'll be able to pass. I didn't find that pace on the to the end of the race. But it's not like there's a line of cars all ready to that part if he does pick it up. Expecting maybe on he can start the next car, into the pace. All boosts in the bottom left of the picture. It's Alex Albon cleared another position gain. He passed to catch up to P16. And Norris found it. He wasn't up into turn 12. He's got a bigger tyre advantage now than he did actually in the first step of the race. Soft tyre looks pretty sensible to the advanced expectations of the field of Palmer Ferrari. They were done a great strategy in this round at the last. Black Mountains of that medium is going to hang on. Exercising about the thing. And you'll have any memory banks. The comparison of really earlier in the race. Where he is now. We're actually going to be confirmed. So the 30 points. But Oscar Piastri was ahead of Lando Norris after the Dutch Grand Prix. This was a big move. He's a relatively high. Take that down to 14. if he can make that fast and Piastri stays where he is. And Verstappen closing in. But it's huge for Lando Norris and his quest to try and win the Formula One World Championship. Piastri having a bulletproof run, finishing all the races end of points. A re-championship campaign. As these moments where the bit of a wobble that creeps in. Going on for a while for Piastri. That retirement yesterday, back to retirement, then back to Mr. Cody as well. Seeing it all with a wheel bang with his teammate. There was much talked about. The conversation has changed. Once changed in the direction of Verstappen joining championship fight. Again, we're seeing Stroll battling into turn number 1. He's chasing down Ian also for Stiller. But they're doing enough in the high speed in the first sector. Personal best for him, and as he tooted like did Norris, if you could be point in those high speed corners, you can protect yourself when the DRS comes into play on the back straight down towards turn 12. The Lando closes up at this point. And it's just the rider. You could just see a bit of father steam. Remember that in 2019 as well. The red light building on the back as he's pricing a bit of energy management here, maybe a little bit of tyre, a bit of pace by saving the tyres. I mean, we use it all in the first sector. Learning from that first bit of the race, knowing that he's never been at those best opportunities. Now it's in towards turn 1. It's going to stay close down the next 9 corners. Charles Leclerc celebrated his 28th birthday in front of Benjamin once this year and finished second in a Grand Prix. That was his home race in Monaco. The driver who was in bed that day, the driver we're on board with, trying to defend his car through the amazing direction change on that up the hairpin of turn 1. Out of the attempts. There was another couple of attempts that Leclerc is pulling in the high speed. It's natural because he's got a clean airflow. So Norris is compacting the dirty air, and as the speed builds, he really needs the perfect down loss, and he's not got it. So Leclerc with another personal best in the first sector. The almost has extended the gap and the critical moment. A flawless performance, actually, in terms of how do you defend, how do you drive without making mistakes whilst defending one eye or both eyes on the barrels of the penal limits. So that will be a piece to on the offset THC will tingle until the end of the Grand Prix. Until we got that information, it's the call of fire the car, the floor of the driver that has been that time underneath the Ferrari for a while. I think he does 7 laps on them. He's pushing it out in the dirty air, pushing it the block. Well, I'd say he feels it, but maybe you'll be able to cool them down and get a new lease of life. With Leclerc struggling early on in the first stint. And then there was the eventual safety car. He managed to find that pace and was matching Max for a while, and then they started to find out where. Wondering if he's still at the same pace, so he's feeling that he's sliding, he's running around the dirty air, getting frustrated because Leclerc is holding back at these corners, and now he's unleashing everything in the Ferrari. And Norris can't stay close enough, although this time that's a little bit better. I thought these guys would see on Hector and walled all the blocks for Las Vegas. Glad they're going to plan their out tyres now. This will be more fragile, so there's activities in the copter race. And we didn't hear the reply, but we heard the instruction. Race engineer to the reigning world champion. There for a while on the soft tyres now. He's 6.6 seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc in second. I don't know, they clinch to a second further back. Been closing all the time with the benefit of DRS. Over the bumps, linking over into turn 12. Still having to say the punishment of running in the dirty air of that Ferrari. We've not seen a lot of extra staff, but I would see what the work that Leclerc has done here, getting that gap down to just under sub-seconds. It's still, we'll see it comfortable, you can make a mistake, yeah. But it feels more comfortable with Ted, which it really was earlier in the Grand Prix. Yeah, instead it's not long done and dusted, is it? With this distance. Every time we get that long pop up on the left hand side, I'm waiting for the next car to pop up left or right. He's having quite a dicey race, I think. Not sure if that was an overtake or on someone going past him, but and in the absolute thick of it, all they got. So builds on the soft tyre stint that he had at the very start. He's been on the medium tyres for 12 laps, and his progress has been arrested by him. And also, he's been retiring in front of him for a while. Always racing at turn 1 as well. No one else seems to be lining up any moves at but that starts through that final sector. Yeah, everyone's got at least one corner they're really good at. And no, DC Sargent said that 42 of 56 Max Verstappen's winning streak continued to be eyed by George Russell. He took the victory in Singapore. He took the victory yesterday in the sprint. So of course the Grand Prix victory today, and we have been showing you this battle of the so important for Lando Norris's vital aspirations. We need to adapt down to 14 points compared to Oscar Piastri, who is having an incredibly rough day. His Grand Prix in total lasted less than a minute in Baku, but this is a marathon, very fast Sunday afternoon. All the Australian driver, after rattling up the podiums at the start of the years with the most wins of anyone, 2025 was 7. So this is the point, I think, for Piastri, where you're running 7 seconds away from Hamilton, taking no inroads, not having to pace, he got frustrated, being very honest behind. And immediately up in the road with big screens and seeing it Claire still ahead of Norris as they can come on sharp. They'd be 3 points compared to Lando. Look at the front position. Lando Norris second in the points heading into this Grand Prix. A little bit cleaner than when he finished up on the mediums, but I don't doubt that surface temperature, thermal degradation is what makes that effect of his grid, because he's really drawn back on this particular lap. And he's just got that second laps by 120 of the exactly see. Like you suddenly sliding it on, so has Leclerc done some sort of master stroke on that first stint, but into lure everyone into running us off, thinking it looked absolutely fine, and they're all putting it on and scrapping around. Is Norris just biding his time trying to get those tyres back under control, and he'll push again, or is he in actual significant trouble there? It's so confusing this season, isn't it? There's been times where we've sort of ashwear our Ferrari, and I know I don't doubt there's been quite a bit of management from Max Verstappen out front, but if he's questioning where the tyres have gone at this stage, then this is an impressive run for Leclerc. It is indeed, and to emphasise DC's point, Verstappen finished a minute behind for the the background. He's right back in the mix for the Formula 1 World Championship. That Grand Prix was only 6 races ago compared to today. Things changed fast in Formula 1, and over the line to start lap 44, there was Max Verstappen. He's got an advantage of 7 seconds. And let's just see whether Norris is having a breather, whether we can whittle that 2.4 second gap to Charles Leclerc down, gliding on board with the world champ. Quite a better at this time around, so at least just 2 tenths to Leclerc. Starting to up his pace again, potentially. Speed blend up the throttle. One of the big slides or corrections here with a high speed you could really damage the tyres with snaps of oversteer over the month. Next then have been at turn 11, the driver was on the podium here last year, having finished fourth on the road after Lando Norris got a 5-second penalty. A reminder for you, just joining us, Lando Norris cannot go beyond 5 minutes again without getting 5-second penalty in this Grand Prix. When you have to bear in mind as he tries to close down that gap, Charles Leclerc in the remaining laps, fighting forward with the race leader. He's found that position. Went through the pit stop sequence and has stayed in the lead. But with away the advantage of all the McLarens. He's chasing a 4th victory in the Grand Prix almost. This track, and he's already off 3 sprint race wins. Well, forward Unsenberg there started his Formula 100 in a fine 4th place in the Toro Rosso was early season. With the junior team immediately launched up to Renault. Since then, has been one of the greatest full-time partnerships between team and driver. He's on course for win number 68 in the team. Instructor Service getting fruity as well. The same, he's not having a good day until the early in the wars with sights earlier on. The one driver in the front thing in the sport points, Matt McMoban, Antonelli still on the charge, further back. A Red Bull relentless pressure now coming from Verstappen. Tsunoda looking like he's going to get points for the second time in 2 days. And Ferrari back on form today, so that's positive for life that just vibrated together. 1 minute you think Ferrari get been nailed on there, then you think Mercedes have turned the corner. Both of these teams are just floundering 1 week, winning the next, or fighting for a second place, at least in the hands of Leclerc. Whereas Red Bull and McLaren have just found consistency of performance. Certainly had Verstappen chasing for Wolfspeed. Third Grand Prix win in the last 4 races. Still, Oscar Piastri is set to lead. Led World Championships, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix in April. It's probably under deep pressure at the end of the canway. No such thing as a simple first World Championship win. It's interesting. Is when it's 795 gross represented the top 10. So filling up those 8 in 10 places, so that's kind of a reflection as well. Of the year, I know the week, not the argues out of position, but it shows some relative ebb and flow of performance through the course of the year. All people are letting that strict shunt. First back, a pretty strong weekend. He needed it really because it felt the part of the tools that the instrument of that team. It's not what I expect. Well, probably a good CRS this weekend. One lap pace and decent execution of the race. We done that a little bit at the start of the sprint. Just so like the crowd will right out, but the praise is already dropped. We're up about 5, but the car was just cooler. We don't do it like that. It's interesting. So, really is really explained to us difference between Clark's temperature and surface temperature. But the surface temperature you can cool very, very quickly with a simple slide or a little bit as we watch the racing bulls here. It spikes a lot more than what this is underneath. It is a much more rolling temperature through the laps. And that's what Norris is now trying to slow down and work on getting something much cooler. And then he can go for consecutive laps of trying to do that rather than just momentary spikes of surface temperature. The difficulty of this is the hang you need to be a little bit more gentle at the breathing and things that give you the performance a lot of lap time to breathe. Well, that's the problem. To get that reduced over a number of laps, you're looking at slowing down at a high speed, and the braking is where you've got maximum energy going on as well. So this sort of corner when you're through much with agile and sliding around, putting a lot of stress through the tires and building that temperature all the way, so your surface temperature spikes immediately, your fastest hills over time, and overall as the temperatures go up globally, you start to lose grip. And to get that back, you just have to back off, get yourself some clean air, stop having like micro slides, and build it up again over a few laps. And Norris now is getting back for most of them second to try look at. He's not had a lot of clean air this afternoon. He's had a lot of Ferrari fume that he said. Through turn 19, it goes Nico Hulkenberg, and next up is Oliver Behrman. Behrman, who had that spin trying to pass Yuki Tsunoda, and is long gone up the road for both of them. The ebbing and flowing between these two, trading all faster lap times at the moment. So 1:39.6 for Hulkenberg, or 1:39.4 for Behrman, so he'd not find himself too affected by spinning those tires, but a little bit of dirt there, spun around. He's still able to be still on the points as well. Would be his big points to the finish in his first Formula 1 season. We'll stay where he is in the Fernando Alonso not able to it back. He's thinking they find a bit of a cameo in the left hand side. He's going to him full frame right now to show you him trying to find his way past the lost. Still credit to Glancy's really track race, and you can just see his teammates. It's up ahead there in the final pointing position. So this is real and pretty interesting to see if he gets past Boston. Will he have a chance to go attack it Fernando Alonso? He's enjoyed the attack this weekend. It was the attack that was in a 5-place pit penalty in a back with a good start. I mean, Esteban on yesterday, but he has been in the thick of a lot of racing action. Looking at the back of a 10th place finish if he could do a couple of tasks. We're all closing in. but Lawson closing in on Alonso as well. Plenty of pressures going on, we're trying to show you both at the same time. And also be aware of Lando Norris, who is going again in his quest to try and reclaim second position. And that was come down from 2.4 to 1.7. Yeah, the draw will be just going to sense he's putting out an attempt up into turn 1. So grab medium tire by Alonso on the soft. The good balance for Alonso was scrapping it in the first 2 days this weekend. That's deserted him. Everything that both tires, same strategy as the Wilson is putting the pressure on behind. And now that Kimi Antonelli pass, getting past Esteban on corner, turn number 12. It could that's the back of Aston Martin as well for a punt on a 2-stop by the end of this race. Antonelli. Right side for the concluding chapter of Leclerc versus Norris with the new Grand Prix of 2025. Left hand side in the operation is Chadja and Carlos Pinto. They're not separated by much, but they've made it through. And that is a nice way by. As we go and focus to turn number 1, it's nearly TRS range for Lando Norris. He's called the tyres, he's attacking once again. So, start of work, I think, from Will Joseph and Lando. The communication there, Lando obviously flustered, thought he was going to block up the back of Charles, made the move. He hasn't grabbed that he thought the tyres were going, so to pull it down, have a breather, give the tyres a rest, and start to move on it again. 7 laps to go. Now the fuel load's coming out, the supplies should be able to last that little bit more, and he can go and attack again. So 1 second away as we head towards the DRS range. He's not going to get it this lap, but the it will start to become by Charles Leclerc again. Yeah, the body language of McLaren is definitely an attack for another puff or dust or it was through the middle of some really possibly, but yeah. You know, it's running out of lap, and this could be absolutely crucial for trampling for the World Championship. It's the difference between a 14-point gap and a 17-point gap. Equivalent for 2 victories, though, for his teammate running in second place as well. With 5 Grand Prix to go, a couple of sprint races in there as well. It's a massive moment for Norris. He's regrouped. And this is pivotal. Every point matters between now and Abu Dhabi. But when you consider the drama of a 3-point gain in Singapore, a 3-point gain in Monza, all of the work that's had to go in for that, for Lando to just eke out both points on his teammate. This is a 3-point gain without having to race his teammate. If he could pass the Ferrari, that extra 3 points would be very sweet. He's a little bit too far back into turn 1 as Charles Leclerc is still good in this high-speed section as Norris now got a little bit more to the fuel coming out. In a satisfying race if Charles Leclerc can stay in second place, equal his best results of the season. This was not likely for Ferrari. They went very bold with their strategy off the line. He did the job and positioned the car well to get that second place. But Lando Norris has just done the fastest first sector of the entire Grand Prix. And the car looks way more lively now than Norris. Even in the wheel tracks of Leclerc, Charles extending slightly in the high speed, but Lando doing enough. He's going to be within DRS range solidly now down the back straight. If you're using more battery energy to get himself into that position, DRS wide open. It's not quite close enough to Easton. Previous lap to have an attempt there, but he's certainly applying the pressure. And now Charles going to be in a cap on the brakes as well, fighting the rear. He's also... He was sure that many laps ago that he'd get to the end of these meetings, but there was a bad question that he's got a long way to go. It is not an easy run, even though he's on meetings for Leclerc. 10 laps older than Norris has sung. The 37 lap has been running on the yellow wall tire, the medium of middle compact of the choice. This week pairs. You've got 19 ahead. A reminder for you as we go into this battle in the final laps, Lando Norris cannot go beyond the white lines one more time without a penalty. He's got that hanging over him. He's got the Ferrari right there, tantalizingly, just in front. Okay, running out of track. The rear end's going. Lando's goes. If they try to back, it's David's attacks fast. And taking second for a second. Lando Norris for Charles Leclerc. Saw that one coming. Still P2. It's a great attack from Norris. That's more what he needs to do for 8 take chances, and if Guy saw that one coming in, there was more right away. There's for him to cut back on the exit. But he's got to disrupt Leclerc now, get him out of his win and make him look in the various all times. He's way closer this time. Yeah, Leclerc struggling that rear axle and traction, so that may have been the setup for the pass down into 12. Apply the power, wait for the DRS, build up through the gears to 200 miles per hour, and try and take your place on the second step of the podium, trying to close down the gap. Coming inside, and Norris climbing the position. It's young place in the race, but there it is now, as it stands, just 14 points back in the hunt for the World Championship. The guy could sneak back at 15 if he can stay close enough here. And it goes there, that's a club of the million on the road, and now the race should be it done, and it's a critical pass. Damn well, we saw Leclerc what happened last time earlier in the race. He was able to keep back DRS distance as he was going up into turn 1, so I wouldn't say it's all over. And goal, got it out, it's with all the tyres, it's running out of rate grid. Getting the power down out of this corner will be keep the pressure on here till he strikes. It's a fair point, but it'll be really difficult now to squeeze on the gas on these slow corners, particularly even more now into the dirty air. They're trying to make himself large in the mirrors. This was a big moment for Lando Norris. What a lap in his championship campaign it was. This was turn 1, could have made it thick at that point by turn 12. The story was different. The battle was just good because it disrupted Leclerc, got him offline, and it meant Lando was so close in the start of a high speed. Charlene just really didn't have an answer on the back straight. I don't think he could have defended the inside anyway. I think and they would have gone around the outside. I think that the game was up, and it's about being actually on the brakes. Team and driver working really well. Will Drift, Joseph made the call, didn't he? Gave him the encouragement, said the pace was still there, kept his driving mind in it. Dropped back to 2.4 seconds, pulled down the tyres, got past, and now he's 14 points away from his teammate, who once led by over 30 when Lando Norris's engine expired at the end of the Dutch Grand Prix. And there was a beautiful pass, given that we know he has these straights already. Taking up the marble, the back inside lane into 12, if we barely see it, that'll lock up. And then one wide, thought, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yeah, executed beautifully. Decides to catch up, but back's not the points. But we've got lots of racing action today. We're going to show you every single battle possible by the looks of this. This was the battle for 16th position, trying to go past the Alpine. Maybe in the mood to search for. He actually sealed the marbles as he was running there in the 8 lane. Look at the front left. Just forward in that discarded rubber that's off the racing line. Back the 11th, isn't it? You pick those up on the in-lap after the trending back to add weight to the car because they just stick to your tyres and speed and roll off again as they come through the next few corners and be discarded once more for someone else to pick up. But it does make the no harder for everyone. John O'Brien, a simple one. Norris also not fighting with them in the plan, struggling on those tyres, but having to break that inside line over the marbles, you'd feel like you know you're driving over the dodgy stuff. You get it stuck to trap your next in a guy as well. They're a good move. Charles Leclerc still on course for his first podium. This is the Belgian Grand Prix. Then to strips Peter Green into the mix today, provided us with our main story of the US Grand Prix round 19 of the Formula One World Championship. But in the end, Charles Leclerc and Ferrari's choice meant Norris out of the reach of Max Verstappen. There's the beautiful thing in his run. Take off the final lap and lead his 7th win in the USA. A hugely consequential one for the world champion. If he is 20th corner, about to go to lap 54. For a healthy margin of 8 seconds over Lando Norris, who's completed his speed task in the race. But the battling going on ahead, the two Alpines getting racing. That's a lot at stake, even though the Rella the points for Colton to have a strong weekend. Hope that he can match Gasly and race pace. Fourth led though. That's not got on. Oh well, with the circuit of America, they have against Thursdays in here. Rookie season will smoke plenty of pies. He did it the obvious right up front. He's at the back strapping with the Alpines. He dive through the data, try and come back stronger next year. When the Sauber team becomes a paladin, they'll continue momentum from kind of progress they've made this year behind points. Podium with Nico Hulkenberg, Silverstone, Hulkenberg is on course to fade his first pole since the British Grand Prix. Evans, a recovery has faded away, 5.1 back, and Nielsen was also faded away, trying to take final come to a Fernando Alonso. Very close path of managing here to be changed pole position at the base. The men weren't professional on. But it's sooner. But it's important they use team orders to secure 17th and 18th today, isn't it? Caddy's on 5 lap older tyres, not a Pinto sped up and big behind. Wants to prove himself, still needs a seat for next year. Give them a bit of a chance of some fun. Give us some fun, please. And behind Max Verstappen is hoping if they could all gently get out of the way in the not too distant future.